if you have colleagues outside, would love it if you could kindly invite them into the hall so that we can start on time. I believe our VIPs are already here, so we do hope to start within the next 5 minutes. Some quick housekeeping announcements for all of you ladies and gentlemen. As always, kindly switch your digital devices to silent mode so we don't interrupt this morning's program. Restrooms are located actually outside the auditorium to your right by the lifts. Emergency exits are located through both of the main doors on the left and the right. Today, we'll have 2 very interesting panel sessions ahead of us today that will help us unpack some key issues that still need to be overcome in order for women to achieve our rightful place in all spheres of private and public life as per SDG 5 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Now, these will also be broadcast live over YouTube, I'm told. So if you find today's sessions helpful, you will be able to check back on YouTube after today's event is done and share that with anyone else who might benefit. Also, if you have questions for either session today, we have a little time, about 5 minutes allocated at the end. So please do feel free to request for a microphone and we'll endeavor to have your questions answered. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Do invite your colleagues into the hall, get comfortable, and we hope to begin within the next 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we announce the arrival of Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Hajah Nancy binti Shukri, Minister of Women, Family and Community Development, accompanied by Ms. Karima Al-Khoury, UN Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. A very good morning to Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Hajah Nancy binti Shukri, Minister of Women, Family and Community Development, Yang Berhormat Senator Tuan Isaiah D. Jacob, Member of the Dewan Negara, Her Excellency Elsa Terry, British High Commissioner to Malaysia, His Excellency Ari Norton de Murat Quintela, Ambassador of Brazil to Malaysia, Ms. Karima Al-Khoury, UN Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam, Dr. Åsa Torkelson, Representative for Malaysia, United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, Yang Berbahagia Professor Emerita Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Sharifah Hapsah Said Hassan Shahabuddin, President, National Council of Women's Organizations, NCWO, Mr. Sanjay Sarma, Chief Executive Officer, President and Dean, Asia School of Business, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shen Iman Lee, and as your MC this morning, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you all, slightly in advance, a happy International Women's Day 2024, and welcome all of you to the International Women's Day Forum 2024. Now, our forum today is brought to you by the United Nations in Malaysia and its partners, the British High Commission in Kuala Lumpur, the Embassy of Brazil in Malaysia, the Delegation of the European Union to Malaysia, and the National Council of Women's Organizations as an active response to the UN's global call for this International Women's Day. Invest in women, accelerate progress. Now this year, a mere 6 years from our 2030 SDG 5 deadline, it seems as if time is running out on our mission to empower and level the playing field for women and girls globally. Never has it been more crucial to up the ante and really focus on investing every ounce of time, energy, and resources towards this goal. However, this isn't something that we can do alone. We need every ally, every partner, each and every one of us to act together to accelerate the advancement of gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls in Malaysia. How can we do this? This forum here is a great start. Today, in this hall, all of us, important stakeholders, can jointly identify the issues that need to be tackled together. Through 2 panel discussions, we hope to break down how we can do our part to invest in women, end poverty and prevent over 342 million women and girls living in poverty by 2030, implement gender-responsive financing and reverse spending cuts that particularly impact women, shift to a green economy and care society that amplifies women's voices, support feminist change makers, and boost their efforts with sufficient development assistance. Now, in line with these goals, it's my great pleasure to now draw your attention to the screens ahead of you for a specially recorded video message from none other than the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres.
Violence against women disgraces humanity. Our world still reflects millennia of male-dominated power relations, and progress is under attack with a fierce backlash against women's rights. At our current rate, legal equality is some 300 years away. We must move much faster. On International Women's Day, we stand with women and girls fighting for their rights, and we commit to accelerating progress. This year's theme, Invest in Women, reminds us that ending the patriarchy requires money on the table. We must support women's organizations on the front line, and we must invest in programs to end violence against women and to drive women's inclusion and leadership in economies, digital technologies, peace building, and climate action. This all depends on unlocking finance for sustainable development so that countries have funds available to invest in women and girls. We also need to increase the number of women leaders in business, finance, central banks, and finance ministries. This can help drive investments in policies and programs that respond to women and girls' needs. Women's rights are a proven path to fair, peaceful, prosperous societies. It is good for us all. Together, let's take urgent action to make it a reality, and I thank you.
We thank Mr. Gutierrez for sharing his vision with us this International Women's Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to warmly welcome you to our forum today, I'd like to invite to the stage for the first of our opening remarks from the co-organizers. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the National Council of Women's Organizations, Yang Berbahagia Professor Emerita Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Sharifah Hapsah Syed Hassan Shahabuddin. Dipersilakan Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berhormat Datuk Sri Hajah Nancy Shukri, our Minister of Women, Family and Community Development. Yang berhormat Senator Tuan Asaya Jacob, member of our Dewan Negara. Her Excellency Elsa Terry, British High Commissioner to Malaysia. His Excellency Ari Quintela, Ambassador of Brazil to Malaysia. And my very dearest friend, Karima El Khoury, UN Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam. Dr. Asa Torkelson, Representative of Malaysia UN Population Fund. I don't see him. Mr. Sanjay Sarma, the CEO. He's so far to the back. Maybe you should come to the front. President and Dean of the Asia School of Business. Excellencies, members of NCWO, honored guests, distinguished speakers, and members of the press. Good morning and welcome to the International Women's Day celebration. Last year, we were only two, UN Malaysia and NCWO. And what an event it was, done in 2 weeks. This year, we welcome the British High Commission, the Embassy of Brazil, and the delegation of the European Union. In the years to come, I hope the family of organizers will grow. Investing in women to accelerate progress in Malaysia is not a cliche, but a human rights policy to honor and care for women's needs, to nurture and respect her as a most valued companion, and to protect her from social and economic vulnerabilities. Much has been said about gender equality, and our beloved minister here is at the forefront in ensuring women's equal rights to opportunities, development, and enjoyment of benefits. And many policies and programs have been put in place. Particularly on the government side, we are seeing a lot of fruits. From NCWO's perspectives, two areas can accelerate progress. The first is to focus on the systematic growth of the care economy. Care from cradle to grave creates services that lessen women's reproductive responsibilities and free them to take up or continue to stay in their jobs, a critical factor in Malaysia's GDP growth. Further, the growth of care industries will create jobs, particularly for women. The second area is to promote companies, not just those listed in Bursa Malaysia, to embrace environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, set of practices towards business growth and sustainability. Incorporated in the practices will be the commitment to issues such as gender equality and board diversity. Thank you once again, UN, for inviting NCWO to be a partner. Let us join our sisters from across the globe in celebrating International Women's Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's invite on stage for her remarks the British High Commissioner to Malaysia, Her Excellency Elsa Terry.
Selamat pagi kepada semua. YB Dato' Sri Haji Nancy Binti Shukri, Minister of Women, Family and Community Development. YB Senator Tuan Isaiah D. Jacob, Member of the Dewan Negara. Yang Berhormat Prof. Emerita Tan Sri Dato' Sri Dr. Sharifah Hapsa Syed Hassan Shahabuddin, President of the NCWO. Ms. Karima Al-Khoury, UN Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei. Dr. Asel Torkelson, Representative for Malaysia, United Nations Population Fund. His Excellency Ari Norton Demirat Quintela, Ambassador of Brazil to Malaysia. And all the other distinguished guests here this morning. I'd first of all just like to thank the UN, my international colleagues, the EU Delegation, Brazil Embassy and NCWO and my own team for all the fantastic cooperation in organising this event. It's been a fantastic team effort and we're very honoured to be participating today. And thanks everybody here for spending a Thursday morning celebrating Malaysian women and, as Tan Sri said, women all over the world in the eve of this year's International Women's Day. In my first 6 months as High Commissioner to Malaysia, I've met Malaysian women of all ages and from diverse backgrounds doing incredible things in many of the states of Malaysia that I visited, from Selangor, here in KL, Sabah, Sarawak, Penang, Perak, and the list goes on as I'm making my way around the country. I hope to visit the East Coast soon, and I hear that Kelantan, the women of Kelantan are exceptional entrepreneurs. I'm very, very proud indeed to be standing in front of all of these exceptional women and indeed male allies here today. I'm also proud to be the second female High Commissioner here in Malaysia. And still, even in my privileged position, I'm often the only woman in the room. It's lovely that I'm not today. But I think that shows how far we still have to go, you know, from the elite level and across all societies. It's been very inspirational to me to see how Malaysian women are leading the way in security and defence, legal reforms, in the judiciary, business, leading trade negotiations, education, politics, and advocating human rights. And I think with the world how it is at the moment, the international crisis we're facing, there's never been a more important time to involve women in peace and security. Here in Malaysia, as Tan Sri said, successful societies are built on full participation from women and men. But Malaysian women's labour participation remains low at 56.2%. This is low and for a developing country and as compared to other Southeast Asian countries. World Bank data from 2018 showed 80% of working-age men were in the labour market, but only 55% of women. And there's a problem with the point at which this happens. If you look at the data, women's participation peaks 25 to 29 and tails off thereafter with many communities. There are, of course, many reasons for this, and we also struggle with this in the UK to a degree. The pandemic had a huge impact. The patriarchal mindset and systemic barriers are being others. The burden of care for both children and the elderly, ageing parents. It can often be gendered, with women often shouldering the burden or unpaid for their informal care work. And today, I'm really looking forward to hearing to the panellists here and engaging with you on how we can improve women's labour and economic participation in Malaysia. Just a brief word before I end on what the UK is doing to help, both here and around the world. Last year, we launched the FCDO's first International Women and Girls Strategy. This really put an emphasis on educating girls around the world, empowering women and girls, and ending gender-based violence. Evidence showed us that around the world, these are the areas of greatest need. We are also committed to advocating women and girls' rights, especially grassroots women's rights organisations, advocating for greater sexual and reproductive health and rights. For example, here in Malaysia, we're funding Arrow, a regional organisation working on this particular theme, but across the Southeast Asia region. We're also trying to do other things to encourage women, economically empower them, and give them equitable access to learning, skills, and onward progression. Two small examples. We've been working with various partners to come up with a roadmap to encourage women to take part in the high-growth sectors of manufacturing and construction in the arena of TVET. And also, as part of our modern partnership with Malaysia, we're very pleased to be engaging many young Malaysians in modern high-tech areas such as artificial intelligence, cyber, science and tech. 3 fantastic Malaysian women have won a place to participate in the inaugural UK Southeast Asia Women in Cyber Fellowship 2024, a year-long programme of learning and networking. And locally, we are hosting our first ever High Commissioner for a Day programme on Monday for 2 fantastic Malaysian women chosen from amongst the many who applied. They will take control of the British High Commission for the day, and it will allow them to experience what do diplomats actually do all day, and I'm sure give us some fantastic ideas as to how we can do more to empower women here. As Tan Sri said, the theme is invest in women, and also, as was said by the other speakers, this is not just about money or resources, it's about investing in women's access to rights and elevating women and girls' voices. And I know that's what today is all about, so I'm very much looking forward to these sessions, and once again, I'm very privileged to be here in front of you all today. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I was very much hoping to hear some of your speech in Malay. For your information, ladies and gentlemen, our new British High Commissioner is fluent in Bahasa Malaysia. Next, ladies and gentlemen, please also welcome on stage for her remarks our UN Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam, Ms. Karima El-Khoury.
Good morning. YB Dato Sri, Haja Nancy Binti Shukri, Minister of Women, Family and Community Development. YB Senator Tuan Isaiah Jacob, Member of the Dewan Negara. Your Excellency Elsa Terry, British High Commissioner to Malaysia. Your Excellency Ari Norton de Murat Quintela, Ambassador of Brazil to Malaysia. Colleagues, Your Excellencies, special colleague, Dr. Åsa Torkelsen, UNFPA representative in Malaysia, a driving force behind today's event as well. Professor Sanjay Sharma, I don't know where you are. There, oh, I figured. Okay. Chief Executive Officer, President and Dean of the Asia School of Business, and our host today. Honorable members of Parliament, representatives of government, excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is an immense privilege for me and for the United Nations in Malaysia to co-host today's forum. Before I share a few reflections on the occasion of the International Women's Day, please allow me to extend our sincere appreciation to the British High Commission, Kuala Lumpur, the National Council of Women Organizations, the Delegation of the European Union to Malaysia, the Embassy of Brazil in Kuala Lumpur, our partners, and I do agree that hopefully by next year we will have a much longer list. We are grateful to the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, represented today by YB Dato Sri Haja Nancy Shukri. Thank you for joining today's event. Thank you for your continued engagement with the UN family. I'm equally grateful to the Asia School of Business and hope that our collaboration will flourish. A warm welcome to our panelists, moderators, and to this impressive audience who answered our call to celebrate together women's achievements and contributions, reflect on the difficult journey towards gender equality, and reignite the momentum for action, for solidarity, and catalytic change. In March, women's voices resonate louder than ever, echoing tales of progress, challenges, and hope. As we delve into statistics, trends, of personal narratives, we yearn for signs of advancement towards gender equality, towards a future that is more inclusive and more equitable. Globally, the situation is quite alarming. Hard-fought gains are being rolled back, and the world risks losing decades of achievements. There is an undeniable resistance to women's rights, fueled by a surge in misogyny and conservative ideologies. 3 decades after the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, discrimination persists stubbornly. Deep-rooted societal norms, cultural attitudes, and systemic biases perpetuate inequalities, obstructing meaningful progress. Gender parity is now 131 years away, and as Secretary General Guterres just said, full legal equality is some 300 years away. Our journey has been fraught with barriers and complexities, triggering anger and frustration, but mostly strengthening women's resilience and determination. In a world plagued by crises, the imperative of achieving gender equality cannot be overstated. Harnessing the potential of women not only fosters societal resilience to various shocks, economic, climate-related, conflict-induced, and others, but it also is essential for sustainable development and progress. Today, we will explore the theme Invest in Women and its resonance for Malaysia, not merely yet as another catchy slogan, but as a strategic imperative to rise to the challenge and deliver on the country's ambitions, notably Ekonomi Madani's strategic aim to reduce socioeconomic inequality, ensure equal rights to work, and promote women's participation. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the UN's most recent SDG Gender Snapshot Report 2023, achieving gender equality by 2030 faces a daunting challenge. A staggering $360 billion annual shortfall in funding. But investing in women is not about mobilizing resources alone. It is about cultivating an environment where women can thrive and contribute fully to society. Fundamentally, it means recognizing the inherent value of women's participation in all aspects of life and the economy. Investment must transcend mere economic transactions. For instance, building a responsive, adaptable, and resilient care economy, an essential factor in boosting female labor participation, entails significant financial costs. But it also requires a legal ecosystem and societal infrastructure that safeguards women's rights. Reaping the dividends of such investments requires that women are protected against gender-based discrimination, that they are empowered, given equal opportunities, guaranteed equal pay for equal work, and provided access to affordable care. For Malaysia, an upper middle-income country aiming for high-income status within this decade, closing the gender gap is pivotal for hitting national targets and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. A quick review of Malaysia's progress through the lens of SDG 5, which was mentioned earlier, achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls, reveals a concerning situation at midpoint to 2030. Using the latest official data from the Department of Statistics Malaysia, several targets are assessed to be off track, including those related to discrimination, 5.1, violence against women and girls, 5.2, harmful practices, 5.3, progress on participation in leadership and decision-making, 5.5 is too slow. Targets which seem to be on track include access to reproductive health and rights and empowerment through technology, but it's only measured by measuring access to mobile phones. 2 targets lack sufficient indicator data, namely on valuing unpaid care and on equal rights to economic resources, property ownership, and financial services. We simply do not know because there is no data. Across other SDGs, we note significant achievements in social protection, health, education, training, nutrition, but there is evidence of gaping inequalities with a direct impact on poverty, life expectancy, and vulnerability to environment degradation and climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, achieving progress on the SDGs, improving Malaysia's ranking on HDI, on the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Index, on other indices, requires smart investment with high return and concerted efforts across multiple fronts. Malaysia is now way beyond an either-or approach, this law or that. It's about everything. Transformative change requires a collective sense of urgency, strong political will, financing, and effective partnerships. Patriarchal norms and biases surrounding women and women's roles in the workforce and in society in general have perpetuated an unproductive and unsustainable cycle, restricting women's autonomy, agency, and overall well-being. With gender equality and women's empowerment as a key component of our cooperation framework with the government, we will continue to support a whole-of-government, whole-of-society approach and effort to break the cycle of inequality and pave the way for a brighter, more equitable future for generations of women and girls and men and boys to come. Thank you and happy Women's Day.
Thank you, Ms. Alkhori, for your speech. And some alarming data shared there as well, which we hope we can address in our discussions later. Ladies and gentlemen, now to formally officiate our International Women's Day Forum 2024, it's an honor for me to welcome on stage for her officiating address our Honorable Minister of Women, Family and Community Development, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Hajah Nancy binti Shukri. Dipersilakan Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri.
Well, thank you, MC. Ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And a very, very good morning to everyone. I know everyone is happy to help and support us to celebrate this beautiful day, that is the Women's Day. So thank you to all of you. Well, Yang Berhormat Senator Tuan Asayah D. Jacob, member of the Dewan Negara, Her Excellency Elsa Terry, British High Commissioner to Malaysia, welcome to Malaysia. His Excellency Irene Norton, the Murat Quintela, Ambassador of Brazil to Malaysia. Ms. Karima El Khoury, UN Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam. Dr. Osa Torkelson, sorry, in the morning is not so good. Yeah, representative of Malaysia, United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, and bahagia Professor Emerita Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Sharifah Hafsah Said Hassan Shahabuddin, President, National Council of Women's Organization, NCWO, Mr. Sanjay Sarma, CEO, President and Dean, Asia School of Business. I met him this morning. Yeah, I know he's somewhere around here. Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank the United Nations, Malaysia, and all contributing partners for once again organizing and hosting the International Women's Day Forum, themed Investing in Women, Accelerating Progress. That's a very, very good theme for today and for this year as well. On February 14, a very beautiful date, that is the Valentine's Day. This year, my ministry launched our official theme for International Women's Day, inspired and driven by the context of what it means to proactively and tangibly invest in women. Titled, I quote here in Malay, Wanita Dijulang, Negara Gemilang, unquote, which directly translates to when women are uplifted, the nation thrives. That's how we translate it. Our objectives are not only to create a call to action, but to also celebrate the incredible contributions of all of our Malaysian women to the nation. Our campaign focuses primarily on 4 matters. One is zero tolerance policy towards gender-based violence. Second, enhancing women's economic participation and equity. Third, expanding women's presence in policy and political participation. And fourth, increasing women's stake in environmental preservation. On one hand, our aim is to galvanize our women and girls, while on the other hand, we want the campaign to collectively amplify the message to everyone in Malaysia that every ringgit, every minute and endeavor invested into the lives and well-being of our women is time, money, and resources invested in our national development, positively impacting each and every aspect of our socio-economic pillars. That's why every time when the photographers ask us to do all sorts of mini love, I said, no, for Malaysia, it's money, it's ringgit. So you must remember that. So that we'll start thinking of economy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot progress nor make any advancement as a nation if we do not have the absolute full participation and investment of almost 50% of our population. That is a simple fact. And in order to do that, we need to collectively and proactively invest to remove each and every social, legal, economic, and healthcare barrier that hinders us. Distinguished guests, while we have made numerous vital legislative advancements over the years with outstanding laws on protection, discrimination, and safety of our women and girls, all that was just the beginning. We now have the basic legislative foundations we needed to start bridging gaps and addressing social and economic barriers. At the heart of all my ministry's efforts is our collective efforts towards increasing female economic agency. It is central to achieving gender equality and promoting the well-being and prosperity of our families, societies, and economies. Otherwise, we risk half of our population being left behind and as vulnerable as ever in the face of a world that is rapidly changing, taking into account how our women continue to be at the brunt end of any and all national disasters and climate emergencies. Ladies and gentlemen, just this week, the World Bank reported that no country in the world affords women in the same opportunities as men in the workforce, and that the global gender gap is far bigger than previously thought. However, the same study stated that global GDPs can rise by more than 20% in the report, provided that all impediments are removed. In December last year, DOSM, our ladies here, DOSM last year released statistics that showed that Malaysia's gender pay gap had increased by over 30%, meaning that for every 100 ringgit in salaries and wages received by men in 2022, women only received 66 ringgit. This, combined with our already low female labor force participation, means that our national investments and efforts need to be focused towards addressing the root causes of what is holding women back. These barriers and impediments, like everywhere else in the world, are a combination of social, cultural, economic, and legal barriers that impact the lives and well-being of women throughout their life cycle. From access to relatable social and reproductive health education, or SRHE, in their youths, to being limited to gender roles, not having agency over their own bodies, inequitable marriage laws, motherhood penalties, insufficient financial independence, lack of retirement savings, and more and more and more. So that is why the ministry has, over the past 2 years, worked towards creating programs, platforms, and conducting studies to address all of this. We are developing roadmaps to establish and help outline the infrastructure for the care industry. in order to alleviate and recognize the unpaid care work borne by women, which often excludes them from participating or returning to the labor force. Ladies and gentlemen, we are further expanding our investments and approach towards enhancing access to women's social and reproductive health education modules for adolescents, providing women and girls with the ability to better exercise their rights and choices over their bodies and health, which in turn will alleviate life cycle poverty. Our awareness campaigns on balancing the equity and participation of fathers when it comes to providing care work for children and the elderly are creating the kind of public conversations on traditional gender roles that we have long been waiting for. When it comes to the safety, protection, and rights of our women and girls, we are continuing to not only amplify awareness or eliminating gender-based violence, especially with the establishment of protective legislation. Our squad of nationwide volunteers and social workers are constantly being upskilled and recruited to be able to reach as many women in need as possible. And lastly, when it comes to economic empowerment, our ministry under the Women Development Department continues to run entrepreneurship workshops, upskilling programs, and access to basic finance to women, especially from more economically challenged backgrounds. Ladies and gentlemen, these endeavors are only a fraction of the responsibilities and mandates of my ministry, and we understand our pivotal role in bringing about Malaysia's and our people's aspirations, but we cannot be the sole drivers of this. It is a collective effort of all of us to bring and drive gender equity. I think I heard the same kind of message from our MC earlier on, that it cannot be done by just one. It has to be a collective effort. So there has to be an ecosystem for us to ensure that this will be successful. So we need the proactive participation of all ministries and lawmakers to begin to develop more gender-centric programs and investments in line with enhancing women's economic equity. And this needs to be guided by a national gender equity economic roadmap or master plan, something we hope that we can discuss with our counterparts at the Ministry of Economy very soon. We also need to be legislatively dynamic and brave and be willing to venture forth into somewhat unfamiliar territory, especially when it comes to issues which relate to legislating equitable wages and potentially wage transparency. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to investing in women, it is a proven fact that across sectors and considerations, there is and never will be a better return on investment. There are reports and evaluations from incredible microfinance returns to 3-to-1 return ratio on investments in sexual and reproductive health education, and so much more. For Malaysia and our women, the road forward is still somewhat unpaved and laden difficulties and unfair barriers. But overcoming challenges is what makes us stronger. And going forward, I am confident in stating that the health, equity, and potential of this beautiful country will be determined by the status, health, equity, and potential of our women. Therefore, every ringgit, every minute, and every effort invested into the lives and well-being of our women is a collective investment into the future of Malaysia. Sekian wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Thank you. Terima kasih.
We thank Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri for her inspiring words. Could we kindly request, Datuk Sri, that you kindly remain on stage as we have a quick photo opportunity with Yang Berhormat Senator Tuan Isaiah D. Jacob, Member of the Dewan Negara, Her Excellency Elsa Terry, British High Commissioner to Malaysia, All right, YB Minister, if you could kindly leave the stage so that we can take the photo off stage together with all of our VIPs. All right, so everybody is going to be in the photo. Could everyone please maybe put your thumbs up or your mini love, or as YB Minister said, money, money, money. All right, our photographers are here. We'll first take some photos, and then if we can, a quick video with everyone wishing the women in the room a happy International Women's Day. All right, are we ready for our video? All right, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, happy International Women's Day, okay, 2024. In 1, 2, 3. Good? Excellent, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And you're absolutely right, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri. When women are uplifted, everybody wins. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, our Honourable Minister will now be taking her leave. We thank you, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Hajah Nancy Shukri, for joining us today and gracing us with your presence. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. And we've had some wonderful opening speeches that have certainly given us a lot to think about, and has wonderfully also set the stage for our keynote speeches and panel discussions for the rest of the morning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today we meet with a shared goal: equality and empowerment for women and girls. But while the road ahead seems tough enough, it certainly is far tougher for women and girls with disabilities. In a paper by UN Women, women and girls with disabilities are described as invisible, falling through the gaps of not just women's advocacy, but also disability advocacy, and are more likely to experience double discrimination. Now, clearly, we cannot hope to achieve gender equality if we do not also address the rights of those most vulnerable among us. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to share with you that we have here with us this morning our honourable member of the Dewan Negara, human rights champion and disability activist. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming to the stage Yang Berhormat Senator Tuan Isaiah D. Jacob for his keynote speech, The Future of Special Abled People in Malaysia.
Thank you, MC. Very well. Good morning to everyone. Salam Malaysia Madani to everyone. Nice to see you all. First of all, I'd like to wish all the women happy Women's Days. The mighty God's blessing and His mercy will be upon all the women in this world. Today, I was given to speak on the MC was say disability. I'm more prepared to say person with special able people, because I don't more on the disability. When we say disability, it's already demotivate someone in their life. When we say this means the persons can't do anything. So I more prefer go on the base special able people or special needy people. That will be more better one. In our country, in Malaysia, before I say that, if my tongues or what, because I just came back from my bypass operation, just 1 month. So I have difficulty in speak, but I'll try my best to speak with all of y'all. So in Malaysia, we have special able needs. Among the women, we have a lot of difficulty, especially women's mothers who taking care the special needy children's. Their income are not that good to sustain in their life. So there's so many issues we are facing in this country. And for me, I'm elected, I was appointed as an honorable senator in upper house last year. Next week will be my first year, I completing the first year. So during this 1 year, I found out there's a lot of things are missing or not achieved by women in this country, especially economic. When it comes to the socio-economic, they are left. Women are left so many ways, especially the mothers who taking care of the children with the special able things. So with the help of the ministry, I came up with some of the idea how we can improve, how we can invest. I'm very impressed to see your team invest. Okay, so what I did is that I had a word with some of the corporate in our country, how we can help the special able community, including the women, especially the mothers, to improve or to sustain their income in the family. So this is very important. So we are still negotiating, we are still having things like very recently I had talked with the CEO, Sokso, how we can help mothers who really taking care of the special needy children, especially the bedreaders. Right? So we in 2024, we hope with the new government, with the Madani government, we will bring some of the good news to everybody, especially for the women who taking care of the special able people, special able children, to maintain and their future will come a bright turn to everyone. So this is where it's very important. We have to look, and in my every speech in the parliament, I always highlight we need sustain. We need a sustain. We need make sure fund must be enough. Without the fund, like the minister say, ringgit, every ringgit. Without the money, no talk. So we need money. We need help people. So we are trying our best. We are trying our best. I also draft some of the proposal to the Minister of Finance, also to the Minister of Economic, to how we can sustain and how to improve the lifestyle of women, especially the mothers who are taking care, because I visited quite a number of the states in Malaysia, and one of the states I was visited is very, very sad. From Sarawak, 2 years back I visited Sarawak. I managed to visit one of the house. Out of 3 children lying down, and the mother, that's the day it's really touched my heart. How a mother, a woman, 3 kids suffering, income is not enough, not sustain to them. So I made myself, my voice, today is my voice very soft, because I just came back from operation. But in Dewan Negara, upper house, I was my voice very rough and very strong. I always say, we have to look these people. Just image ourselves. A mother, not 1 kid, 3 kids lying down. Not enough fund to sustain the family. How are we going to help them? This is what my main concern. I am born as a special able child. I went through. I always remember how my mother was took it. The same feeling. Every woman in this country who had special able child, how their feelings. Last year, I visited another home in Ampang. 3 children, bedridden. Doctors say the second child will only live until the age of 7. Husband only working. The income is not enough. Every day morning, the mother wake up, go and have a look at the child, whether the child is breathing or not. Every day morning. We are lucky here. There are so many women are going through in their life. As a senator, I went through down in the bottom of everybody. Even though my condition is such a things, but I like to go and visit, go and see how they're suffering. From the suffering, I learn how to help people. So, as a today team, Women Invest. For me, the women are very important because they are playing a big roles than a father. So, we had a lot of plan. We will announce very soon. One of the major announcement we did, our finance minister did, our beloved Prime Minister announced in the budget. Those are students in the PDK. Previously, they got it 150 ringgit monthly. From this year, January 2024, the child will get now 300 per month. This is one of the success things we are done. And now we are trying to do more things for the women to help to take care of the child, to in the financially, in the health. Another major problem, parents, especially the women who take care of their bedreaders' children, mentally they was disturbed. Just imagine ourselves. I just told 2 incidents, how the mother daily wake up in the morning, look the child. Doctors say the child will only live 7 years. Now 7 years, how the mother mental was tortured day and night. How are we going to help this kind of situation? So 2024, together with the special able group, I will strongly and I will promise, I will fight for the right of women, make sure they get all the necessary, the benefit, what they supposed to need, they will get. Thank you.
Thank you, YB Senator. May we together craft a more inclusive Malaysia for specially abled people, in particular, our women and girls in Malaysia. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the pinnacle of our program today, the panel sessions. In the first of our 2 sessions led by the UN in Malaysia and coordinated by UNFPA Malaysia, let's get up close and personal with the hashtag #InvestInWomen, but from a human rights perspective. To set the stage for that discussion, let's hear first from our keynote speaker for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Commissioner of Suhakam, our Human Rights Commission in Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Nur Azia binti Muhammad Awal.
Thank you, Shani. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Yang berhormat Senator Tuan saya Jacob, Member of Dewan Negara, His Excellency Her Excellency, Elsa Terry, British High Commissioner to Malaysia, Your Excellency Ari Norton de Moura Quintela, Ambassador of Brazil to Malaysia, Ms. Karima Al-Khoury, UN Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei, Mr. Asa Tolkinson, Representative for Malaysia, United Nations Population Fund, Yang Berbahagia, my beloved Tan Sri, Professor Emerita Tan Sri, Datuk Sri Sharifah Hafsah Syed Hassan Shahabuddin, President of National Council of Women Organization, NCWO, Mr. Sanjay Sharma, Executive Officer, President and Dean, Asia School of Business. Now, it is indeed a great honor and privilege to be given this opportunity to speak at the International Women's Day Forum 2024. For that, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizer. Now, the chosen team, Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress in Malaysia, is highly appropriate as a critical call to action resonating with this year's global campaign. Today, we affirm our collective dedication to bridging the gender gap, propelling our nation towards a future where every woman is recognized, respected, rewarded on equal ground. Sustainable Development Goal number 5 aims for the world where every woman and girl enjoy full gender equality and all legal, social, economic barriers of their empowerment are removed. To fulfill Agenda 2023, guiding principle of leaving no one behind, Suhakam has been proactive in advocating for significant strides towards gender equality, empowerment of women to uplift women's rights in Malaysia. Having ratified CEDAW, Suhakam calls for a strong national commitment to lift or remove remaining reservations on CEDAW. This will help Malaysia to achieve SDG 5, which aims to achieve gender equality, empower women and girls, and eliminate discriminations by 2030. These efforts include organizing group discussions. We have just done one on period poverty and addressing issues related to the Sharia law highlighted in CEDAW by the CEDAW committee and submitting independent reports to CEDAW committee. Additionally, Suhakam has served as an ex-officio in Parliamentary Select Committee on Human Rights and Fundamental Liberties, and also Parliamentary Select Committee on Women, Children, and Social Development. Suhakam has been a member of the Special Project Team and the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development in promoting and drafting the Gender Equality Bill. For period poverty, child marriage, marital rape, female genital mutilation, and issues related to Sharia law, such as marriage, divorce, inheritance, and child marriages, Suhakam has systematically addressed critical gender issues and has worked relentlessly to bring them to the forefront. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is essential to discuss our country's position in the global context when it comes to gender equality. As we strive towards a future with enhanced equality and fairness, the Global Gender Gap Report 2023 serves as a benchmark for our progress. Ranked by the World Economic Forum, it measures our performance in 4 crucial areas: economic participation, educational attainment, health, survival, and political empowerment. We are concerned, Suhakam are concerned, as Malaysia is ranked or positioned at 102 out of 146 countries. While this represents an improvement, well, we only move up 1 from 103 into 2022, there is a significant scope of advancement when we see our regional neighbors, such as Singapore, Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia, ranking at 49, 72, 74, and 87 spots respectively. So what has gone wrong, we don't know. But somehow we feel that there's a lot to be done. However, this overall national ranking does not reflect our outstanding national performance domestically. On a positive note, Malaysia proudly stands at a complete parity with score of over 99%, make us a leader in the Southeast Asian region in terms of education. This achievement demonstrates our progress in promoting equal access and opportunities to quality education for women. Regrettably, though, disparity in education attainment does not translate to equity across all sectors. There remains a considerable disparity just beyond the sphere of education. The gender gap continues to paint an unfavorable picture in the key areas, including women representation in political party leadership, electoral candidates, and members of parliament. Governments targeted to achieve a minimum of 30% women in all areas, including leadership and management. Now, this target is not impossible to achieve. Currently, in Parliament of Malaysia, makes a tangible stride towards this goal, where there's a total of 39 esteemed female members of Parliament, which include 9 senators and 30 members of Dewan Rakyat. While in the professional and technical fields, women represented 40.7%, while men accounted to 59.3%. In a higher position such as legislator, senior officials, managers, women comprise nearly a quarter of the total, 24.6%, compared to 75.4% for men. Now, YB Nancy just now mentioned about the DOSM statistics, which I mentioned last night in my when I spoke to at Geneva online at 9:45 last night. And the Department of Statistics of Malaysia recently released a report in December 2023 on statistics on women empowerment in selected domain, highlighting disparities in economic participation and opportunity. According to the report, female workers earn approximately 66 ringgit 67 cents for every 100 ringgit received by men workers. As a result of this significant income gap, women earned an estimated of an annual income of 42,000 by contrast to 63,000 earned by men. Now, Sohakam has been working. Sohakam has provided input to the amendments of the Employment Act 1955, where we conducted a stakeholder consultation on the right of job seekers in 2019 and has submitted a report to the Ministry of Human Resources. However, the amendment does not include protection on job seekers. Sohakam's suggestions have been better regulations, for better regulation on domestic workers is also not accepted. Now, we also observe that in the new, in relation to this area, we also, the new act gave an extended from 60 days maternity leave to 90 days, but the ILO one is 98 days. So maybe Malaysia should give 100 days, that would be better. And, at least we are a little bit 2 days extra from what ILO is recommending. And then the amendments introduced 3 days paternity leave. In comparison, government has allocated 7 days paternity leave for government servants since 2002, I think. Now, Sohakam has also conducted, as I was saying, about job seekers. And then we also Sohakam has suggested a better regulation for domestic workers. And in this new emerging issue of gig female workers, these are food delivery personnel, they have complained of being harassed at work among them and when it comes to delivering foods and goods to male customers. Sometimes male customers use inappropriate language, causing female food delivery personnel to feel uncomfortable. Pregnant women workers face challenges where they have to work when they are suffering from allergies, morning sicknesses. They are also at risk of having miscarriage due to work stress. Sick leave, on the other hand, will result in the employee having to take their leave of absence, and that would mean no income for them. So Sohakam has, I think, contributed in this area. And also we have done a few consultations with the e-hailing and p-hailing group of workers, because this is some of the most important things as far as economics are concerned. And when we were mentioning the Madani economy, we were hoping that women are given such opportunities and being considered equal to men in terms of pay, and etc. Now, in terms of, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, in pursuit of gender equality, women are still facing discrimination in most basic rights. Citizenship is a fundamental right central to individuals' identity and security. In Malaysia, laws that create gender-based disparities in granting citizenship need to be reformed urgently and to ensure equality. Malaysian mothers, regardless of their marital status and their partner's nationality, deserve the right to confer their citizenship to their children born abroad, embodying the inclusivity of the society we aim to build. Sohakam holds the view that right to nationality is a fundamental right and that every child's right to acquire nationality is assured by the UNDHR, CEDAW, and CRC. Suhakam welcomes the Malaysian government's decision to amend the federal constitution to enable children born abroad to Malaysian mothers and a non-Malaysian father to be granted Malaysian citizenship by operation of law. Be that as it may, we do know there's a lot of things that could be mentioned. I'm sure one of the speakers will talk about this. Now, to achieve development status, Malaysia must tap on the full potential of its workforce, especially women. By addressing gender gap in workforce, Malaysia can also boost economic growth and create more equitable society for everyone. Now, women made up of half of the total population in Malaysia. It is imperative to acknowledge that women's health in public health and must urgently reframe women's health issues, not merely as women issues, but a pivotal public health concerns. And we know that we are doing a lot of things on reproductive health education, and Suhakam are also involved in this in relation to school children and also various groups as far as children are concerned. Now, in 2023, Malaysia took crucial steps toward improving the healthcare sector with a significant implication for women's healthcare. Parliament passed the Health White Paper in June 2023. The main goal of this white paper were to implement systematic reforms to develop an approach that would enhance healthcare access and impact on the well-being of Malaysian for the following 15 years. Yesterday in Penang, I came from Penang and I arrived in KL 3 o'clock this morning because of the fear that if I took the aeroplane this morning at 6 o'clock, there might be delay and I might not be able to speak at this program. Now, it is clear that while Malaysia has made strides in healthcare accessibility, there remain significant areas for improvement, especially concerning women's health, such as reproductive health, maternal health, and cancer awareness. Addressing these challenges will require systematic changes, increased awareness campaign, and a dedication to inclusivity and equity in healthcare access for all women. And of course, it involves, as being mentioned by our minister, it involves money. We really like to see the 2024 in October, the budget for women would be improved and not being given to different ministries, but then Ministry of Women is like having to share with a lot of other different vulnerable groups. So I think women should have a better share of those budget. In essence, while we have much to celebrate within the educational domain, there still work needs to be done in translating that parity to broader areas of our society. Even as we pause to appreciate the progress made, let this moment also serve as a call of action to bridge the remaining gap. Awareness of our outstanding on the world stage should fuel our determination to strive for more significant, profound change in achieving gender equality across all sectors. Last but not least, Suhakam acknowledges that Muslim women are governed by the Sharia law in matters of family matters, Islamic laws, and these matters are within the state legislature and are applicable only to Muslims. Now, at the moment, I think there's a strings of Islamic laws that have been passed in all the states, and we are pleased that Suhakam has also been involved in our consultations in matters relating to child marriages and also issues that was commented or being called for during our CEDAW consultations. So with that, I thank you for listening, but let us accelerate progress, not tomorrow, not someday, but here and now. May this panel discussion will lead towards investing a better future on the empowerment and social justice for women and girls. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia, Dato Professor. And I certainly am very glad you took the earlier flight and you were able to join us here this morning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, taking the cue from Yang Berbahagia Datuk Professor's speech, we have much to unpack this session, and I certainly hope that we can touch on all of those things that you mentioned in your speech. With the topic, Investing in Women and Girls, a Human Rights Perspective, we hope to explore the inevitable intersection of gender equality and human rights, and we'll do that by looking into Malaysia's commitment to human rights, where we stand with regards to citizenship and statelessness, the perspectives of our Indigenous sisters, and how promoting women's rights while simultaneously addressing systemic inequalities can lead to greater empowerment and social justice for all. So for that, I'd like to invite on stage my panelists, Ms. Rosana Isa, Executive Director, Sisters in Islam, Ms. Anne Lasimbang, Founder and Executive Director of PAKOS Trust, and last but certainly not least, Ms. Malini Ramalau, Director of Social Protection, DRA Malaysia. All right. Welcome, ladies. Finally, the stage is mine. Let's go around first to each panelist and share some quick introductions. Now, Rosana, I'm sure, is no stranger to all of you. She's been involved in Malaysian women's rights movement since 1999, working with several national, regional, international women's rights organizations before taking up the helm as Executive Director of Sisters in Islam. And there she works on championing women's rights within the framework of Islam. Now, Ms. Malini Ramalau currently leads the Stateless List Unit of DRA, the Malaysian division of the Development of Human Resources in Rural Areas. Now, together with her team there, she focuses on evidence-based advocacy and provides direct services to stateless persons with strong links to Malaysia, and on a more direct level has successfully advocated for policy changes to benefit stateless persons with Malaysian parents. So hopefully we can also touch on that, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Prof, on citizenship for children of Malaysian mothers. Finally, Anne Lasimbang, also no stranger to all of you, for the last 25 years has dedicated her life to empowering Indigenous communities across Sabah. I love your scarf, by the way. Through the development of schools, community learning centers, and an ongoing array of programs, Anne continues to support the communities in her current role as Executive Director of PAKOS Trust, and previously led the Sabah Women's Action Resource Group, Persatuan Tadika Sabah and Persatuan Taska Sabah, as well as receiving the Community Service Award from the Rotary Club of KK in 2008. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I have a wonderful panel ahead of me, and we have so much to talk about and just an hour to do so. If you have any questions, ladies and gentlemen, for our panel, please do note them down, and we hope to have a Q&A at the end of our session, maybe about 5 minutes, 2 or 3 questions, to address those burning questions you have. Now, Rosana, sorry, you have to take the first question, I'm sorry. CEDAW, okay, the Convention for the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, was signed and ratified by Malaysia in 1995. With some reservations. That's quite some time ago. Now, before we discuss those reservations, I want to talk first about the strides that we have made over the past 3 years. Of course, taking into context what Datuk Prof also shared, that we have moved up one step from 103 to 102, when our neighbors are in the 40s, we are somehow still struggling behind. But how have we fared in the areas of legislation and investments in eliminating discrimination?
Thank you. Hello? All right, okay. Thank you very much, Shani, for those questions. Good morning, everyone. Just before I start, because you had alluded to the fact that we have ratified CEDAW in 1995, which means next year, 2025, we would have ratified CEDAW for already 30 years. So I think we need to kind of look at it in terms of that benchmark of what have we achieved for women over the 30 years. We certainly have done well before the ratification in terms of passing a domestic violence act. but there were lots of improvements that needed to be done because violence against women has many ways of evolving. And one of the ways that it has evolved is also in the acts that happen before domestic violence itself, or even, you know, when women have are no longer with their partners or their husbands. So last year, I think it was in June or July 2023, I think the laws against stalking was passed, and it's now an offense under the penal code. So I think, you know, this is something that's quite important, and I think that's a great stride that we have added in terms of recognizing the different forms that violence against women take place. The other act, of course, in 2022 is the passing of the Sexual Harassment Act. However, the act, I think, is not yet being implemented. We're really eagerly waiting for the announcement of the tribunal members, because then that means there will be the pathway for women to be able to take action on the sexual harassment complaints. With regards to gender equality bill, that's really on hold. And this is where, when we talk about, you know, the significance of the convention and how it can be applied at the national level, and one of the requirements that we have is that it needs to be domesticated, which means then there really needs to be a law that talks about gender equality. And it's kind of like, you know, two sides of the same coin. When you talk about equality, on the other hand, you're also talking about, you know, ending discrimination. And essentially, you know, equality is a much more proactive way to talk about bringing equality to women. And it's not just about women, it's also about addressing everyone in society. And that is something that we need to pick up again, not only in terms of the civil societies, but the Ministry of Women as well, that's championing this special, that headed the special task force on the drafting of the bill. There are challenges because of differences of opinions, but I think it is inevitable that we have to realize when we talk about discrimination, we have to include everyone in it, you know, regardless of gender, you know. So this is, I think, still a battle, and I think we are actually going to be reporting to the CEDAW committee this year, and I'm sure that one of the things that CEDAW committee is going to ask is how far have we come towards getting a gender equality bill passed. And of course, the issue that touches on most people is with regards to child marriage. And sadly, out of 14 states, only 2 have lifted or have raised the minimum age of marriage. Selangor quite a while ago, and the other one is Kedah, although there are some questions of whether the passing of that provisions have been gazetted and to what extent it's been implemented. There were statistics that came out last year that, you know, child marriages in Selangor had gone down, and this is something that really needs to be shout out a lot more. And for other states, really, if we're talking about bringing girls and women forward, and we have to think long term about this, because the longer we delay women and girls being able to fulfill their potential in terms of obtaining their rights in education and so on and so forth, they are just going to remain vulnerable, because they will be in a position not, you know, we talked about so many, I really should have counted the times, socioeconomic, that word was mentioned today. And we really need to address that very, very critically in order to ensure that women and girls in Malaysia do not live in a cycle of poverty.
Indeed, child marriage and that socioeconomic inequalities, we will touch on that towards the end of our discussion. But I want to pick up on all of the opening remarks that we heard this morning, where we heard a lot of data that was quite alarming, to me at least, I'm sure all of us as well. We've talked about the strides, but as you said, 30 years since we ratified CEDAW. And of course, Datuk Prof says, what's going on? We've had so much time. So while we've made those strides, and I'm grateful for them, but what are we not doing enough of, Rosanna? Loaded question.
Very loaded question, so let me be honest. We really need to embrace the idea of gender equality, and which means that men and women are equal, that women are not subordinate to men, that women have the freedom of choice, they should have respect, they should have dignity, they have a right to respect, they have a right to dignity, but we are inundated with messaging of how we raise our both boys and girls to tell them that they have different roles, they have complementary roles in life. And this is not okay. Women are not an appendage to men to complement men in the ways that men can move forward and shine, and we are left behind doing the housework, doing the care work. Men and women really have to be participatory both at home, in the private sphere, as well as in the public sphere. And so challenging, I will have to say, understanding of men and women relationships, especially in the name of religion. We must not be afraid to do so, because if we continue to do so, it's our families that's going to end up being disadvantaged all of their lives.
I see we're talking very much still about mindset, and I think that boils down deeply to education, which is kind of sad because we're not even talking about legislative. It's really just at the very core, the mindset. Malini, now obviously I stated earlier that Malaysia has stated reservations about CEDAW, in particular Articles 15, 16, and 9. Now, for the layman like me, can you share what these articles are and why Malaysia has these reservations?
Okay, so I think I should read out, and it would resonate exactly to you why we have this reservation. Article 15, it requires women and men are treated equally before the law. Article 16, women's right to make decisions regarding marriage and family life, including reproductive choices. And Article 9, state parties shall grant women equal rights with men to acquire, change, or retain their nationality. What I understand from Rosanna is the reservation against Article 15 has been withdrawn, which is good. But I think the gist of it is the refusal to recognize women's right to choice. That's all. It's just as simple as that to me.
Now, what does this mean for SDG 5 and all of the things that Rosanna was talking about earlier? The very fact that we are still dealing with mindset issues 30 years down the line. What does this mean for SDG 5 and by extension, all of the SDGs for Malaysia? Can they be achieved if these articles are not ratified?
No, it's a plain no. It's a plain no because we're talking about national law, tradition, religion or culture that is not congruent with the convention. And until we don't shift the narrative that we are communicating with the people, we can never fix this, and we can never achieve SDG 5. And I think it's a lot to do with that no, we can't.
We'll need to talk a lot about this during our discussion, but before we do, Anne, what's the situation like in East Malaysia? And these legislative changes that Rosanna and Malini are talking about, are they applicable in Sabah? The strides and also the setbacks?
Hello. This was, CEDAW was ratified by Malaysia almost 30 years ago. And it's a very important document. But you know, all the discussions are done in KL. I remember when I was still young, 30 years ago, coming here also we have to fly and to discuss about, you know, about SIDO. Then after that we go home, nobody knows about SIDO when we talk in Sabah. So I think it's time to also socialize that, even though we are divided by the ocean. It's quite important to socialize that in terms of the government. We have talked to, we always try to talk to government officers as well as our adun, our wakil rakyat, and they don't seem to have any clue. So socializing so that they know about SIDO, and also, of course, what more when you talk to rakyat, to the people in Sabah, when we are, many of the villages are, because I work in the kampong, in the villages, they're very isolated. But recent development, I think for us, we have not stopped despite that. We are now involved in the SIDO shadow report. Yeah, so we are discussing about it, but I think a lot need to be done, a lot need to be socialized, and of course, I think it needs to be discussed among the wider circle in Sabah and also in Sarawak, and actually at the grassroots level. You know, how do we talk, how do we bring SIDO to the women, men and women, that there's such thing as equal partnership. I think that's the challenge that we have, even though, you know, we have been going on this road almost 30 years.
I mean, it's a challenge enough in the peninsula, but in East Malaysia, you have the specific challenges of the Sabah's constitution and also native courts as well. So we'll come back around and touch on that in just a little bit. I want to circle back around to Rosanna, talking about the reservations in SIDO. 3 of the biggest pillars of life: birth, marriage, death for women and girls. These are all impacted by these reservations. You were mentioning socio-economic impacts of maintaining these reservations. How will they continue to be a barrier for women to achieve the most basic of social and economic equalities?
The most immediate one, that when we think about existing marriages and marriages that are in dissolution, right now there's such a blatant wave of just not adhering to court orders. So this is the thing, because the laws are there, the processes are there. However, you know, when women go to get orders of maintenance, a court order for maintenance to be paid to their children. So we're just talking not even about the woman herself, it's just about her children. And I think Tuan Isaiah had also, you know, clarified that, you know, quite clearly in terms of the children. For any family where women are concerned, is the children who come first. And then they can think about themselves. But in the first place, when the children themselves are not prioritized, even though the courts have issued the necessary documents that the fathers or the husbands must pay up for the maintenance, but these are let off quite blatantly and easily. Men are not punished for their bad behavior. Men are allowed to, not all men, jangan marah, okay? But, you know, these errant fathers, you know, they are allowed to get away with being irresponsible. So how do we deal with that? We're not shaming them. If anything, you know, we're putting more pressure on the mother, you know, to, I don't know, maybe take more vulnerable, make herself more vulnerable in terms of taking up work that, you know, may put danger to herself in so many ways. So this is where the rule of law, and I think over the years, I think we need to recognize that there is something about the rule of law in Malaysia that is kind of like on a slippery slope. If men themselves are not, because right now, sorry to be, maybe I don't mean to make this a difficult subject matter, but everybody seems to be riling up about people not respecting Sharia courts. You know who is not respecting Sharia courts? It's men. It's men who are not respecting Sharia courts. And no one politician is saying anything about that.
No, it's good we're having these difficult conversations, and I hope nobody is going to macam, tersentap ataupun sakit hati. We cannot move forward if we don't have these difficult conversations. And as Rosanna also said, in many cases the legislation is there, but what about the implementation? And if we're not respecting that rule of law, why are we even arguing about the law, right? So now we have a very interesting situation here in Malaysia because we have not one law but two, okay? And balancing both the Sharia and the civil narratives is quite sticky politically and socially, especially when it comes to the role, autonomy and equality of women. Now, considering the recent landmark ruling in Kelantan, how can we leverage on this to dispel those misconceptions and potentially deal with some of the things that you've brought up?
Okay. So one of the things, the founding member of Sisters in Islam, Zaina Anwar, this is a saying that I hope everybody will try and remember and spread it out. Because the reality is, if we have laws and policies that are going to be made based on Islamic thought and sources, then as Malaysians, everybody has a right to talk about it. Everybody. Muslims, non-Muslims, people of other faith or no faith. Because why? We are Malaysian citizens. What are our rights as citizens? Our right as citizens is to demand for laws that can apply to everyone across the board, recognizing the fact that there are laws for Muslims in terms of family laws, inheritance, and so on and so forth. At the moment, that's not where the debate is at. The debate is at moral policing laws.
Do you think this is part of the reason why we are still at 102?
And if we're not careful, we're going to be 122 next year.
Right. Now, Malini, I don't mean to skip past you, but I think this question begs to be asked. Yes, we're dealing with this issue between civil and Sharia courts, but then in East Malaysia, in Sabah, you have the additional trickiness, perhaps, of native laws in the state constitution. Could you share with us how this applies to Sabah's indigenous population?
Yeah, I think for Sabah and Sarawak, we have what we call the native law. So we have three systems: the native law, civil, and also the Sharia. So you can imagine we have to deal with these three. But as indigenous communities, actually the native law has been there before Sharia and the civil law. And it's quite fluid because it is based on the worldview of the community. How native law is operated is through the worldview of the indigenous community, where it's based on relationship, whether it's human to human and also to the environment. And then this relationship must be balanced. And there is also that reciprocity. So that is the basic principle of native law. So if you do something, you must always have that balance. But if you don't do that, the reciprocity is there must be some, we call it hot. So that's why some other problem in the community. So for native law, it is actually at the grassroots. It's something that indigenous women can access to justice. Because they are familiar with that system. But also at the same time now, with the overlapping of Sharia law and civil law is you must have lawyers, which we cannot afford. Sharia law, once you become a Muslim, you are totally unprotected by the native law. As you say, we can't even discuss about it. And so a lot of indigenous community also feel that we are there. They want to, because in the community you normally openly discuss about this issue, but once you are a Muslim, then you have to go to Sharia court, and they cannot talk about, they have no one to fall upon. So it's also affecting our indigenous community, like this openness about it and the discussion about the law and the Sharia. So we are having some issues on that, yeah.
But I think also we have this issue of culture where we are reluctant to speak openly about these things and have real conversations about them so that we can overcome those difficult, tricky aspects of those conversations, particularly when it comes to Sharia. Now, I'd love to talk more about this aspect of it, but I would like to touch now on citizenship and statelessness, because this is a big matter, especially raised by Datuk Prof. The current discriminatory citizenship law, which doesn't allow for Malaysian mothers to automatically confer citizenship to their overseas-born children. Would you agree that this is an example of how archaic legislations continue to be used as a tool to suppress gender equality, Malini?
Absolutely, and then that's tied with national security because you have a foreign spouse. Yeah, so I would completely agree to it.
And this wouldn't be the only archaic law, but I'm glad we are finally having this discussion and that it is finally being, talked about at a legal level. But where do we stand currently? It's been a back and forth for the last couple of years. What's the current status of the proposed amendment?
What a sticky situation we are in. Well, I think what's really good about the amendment is that it has a good progressive amendment that would eventually give mothers the automatic right to pass on citizenship to their children born overseas, equally as men. And that's all we asked for. And I think this did not come overnight. It's a struggle. I would credit to Family Frontiers. They are impacted mothers who used multi-pronged, campaigns and even took the case to the court. A lot of women-led organization, international mechanisms was utilized to bring awareness and, to contribute towards the reform of the law. And what's really exciting is that every manifesto actually said that they would commit to the law reform. And now, in February last year, the Home Minister announces that, we're going to reform this, we're going to table this in June, and we will move forward with it. And then came June, just the first week of June. I remember this. I was reading the article and I was like, wait, what are they amending on Bahagian 3, which is the third part of the amendment? Because I work directly on statelessness. And everything that I do is to do with Part 3 of the Federal Constitution. And I remember, wait, are they now addressing statelessness altogether? Are we going to ensure that children are not stigmatized because they're born out of wedlock to Malaysian men? Is this going to be the final thing? Like, is this what the Madani government is going to do? And I think a month after and up till now, it has been the most traumatizing situation. We learned that apart from the Mothers' Amendment, there are 5 other regressive amendments. And the 5 other regressive amendments will take away rights of foundling children. They no longer would have access to automatic citizenship. Permanent residents will no longer be able to pass on automatic citizenship. And I think people think permanent residents are foreigners. The thing is, the Malaysia government has been so inconsistent in dealing with stateless person that instead of issuing them citizenship, they have issued them with permanent residency card. And this has happened to the indigenous communities too. And our worry is, what's the numbers there who are stateless, right? So that's exactly our argument. And Point 3, the third amendment, I like to call it as the mother of the amendment. And to me, if you lose this, you lose any ability to protect stateless person in this country. It has not been out there in the media as much. It gets lost in translation. But Section 1E practically says that if you're born in Malaysia and within a year, if you do not acquire another country's citizenship, you can become an automatic citizen. Yeah? And this is particularly important for laws that is causing statelessness, okay, that is impacting Malaysian families. Malaysian men can't pass on citizenship to their child born out of wedlock. And in the entire world, there's only 2 countries that practices this, Malaysia and Barbados. And that's probably why we have the largest number of stateless children in our country, despite having Malaysian father. We have adopted stateless children, baby being abandoned. See, foundling and abandonment is completely different. Foundling is a fresh born, and we haven't defined the age, but a lot of the countries just limit them up till 1 year. And I remember having this conversation. Does a baby have the tali pusat to be fit into foundling category to get automatic citizenship? And that's why the mother of that amendment would protect a 3-year-old that gets abandoned in a babysitter's house. That's when this particular amendment is going to protect a child who never gets adopted. Imagine, in JKM we have a lot of children that don't get favoritism to be, favorable enough to be adopted. So I think these are the 3 main amendments, and we have 2 other amendments that's going to impact foreign spouses that are married to Malaysian men. They can be rendered stateless. We were told that this was to address marriage of convenience, that, if their marriage dissolves within 2 years, let's not bother if they're getting abused or anything. But if you dissolve your marriage within 2 years, let's revoke your citizenship. And guys, Malaysia doesn't allow dual citizenship. Is there even a thought process into this? Like, you revoke, what happens to that foreign spouse with a child in this country if she has? And the last amendment is basically, changing the age from 21 to 18 for a lot of the applications that will involve stateless persons. So these are the 5 amendments.
And I think this is why citizenship law is a very important discussion to have today, because as you can see, it frames perfectly just all of the issues that we're dealing with here. This is a case of 1 step forward, 5 steps back. And why does championing gender parity for women have to result in the loss of rights for other groups? Now, as the YB minister mentioned in her speech, it should be universal. When you're championing women's rights, you should be championing rights for all. But this law, for example, is a perfect example of how this is not happening on the ground. Now, I know this may be a rhetorical question, Malini, but you've been working with this community of mothers. What is the feeling on the ground that their own struggle to achieve recognition may result or will result in further marginalization of stateless children?
I think I found myself in a very peculiar situation. I have always supported the Mother's Amendment, Family Frontiers work, and to be in the other side of the world where I am now telling that these are the regressive amendments, is going to impact children. And I think it was a very, very natural process because we're women. I just wanted to let every one of you know. It happens to be the 12 or 13 women that are in a group, trying to address these regressive amendments are all women. Yes. So in terms of
stuck in the middle.
Yes. So I think the natural process is I can never speak on behalf of an impacted mother. I can never. They owned the journey of, campaigning for equal citizenship rights. And I think the first ever scenario that arrived was just day before yesterday, where we had a briefing for some MPs, and we were asked, so what do you want us to do? Do you want us to drop the amendments and say, tolak, nope, we don't agree, or what do you want? And obviously, we have been asking, uncouple the amendments, decouple it, separate it, whichever language that fits you, just separate it and, hold on the regressive amendments. And I guess it has become clearer now that they're not in for that. And so it was during this conversation, and I remember Suri campaign, Suri says, no mother would want rights for her children by giving up other children's right. And so it's okay if our journey takes longer. We'll drop this. We're rejecting the whole amendments. And I think it was very, very emotional for me because I could not bring myself to even ask Family Frontiers and the whole team, like, what is plan B? I could not, because they had their journey on their own. And I have children who can never speak up for themselves, and they're invisible. They don't have protection. They don't have citizenship. They can never bring, the stigma associated with being adopted or having child born out of wedlock prevents them to speak up. So I think it was then, just 2 days back, and I think it just came very naturally, but I also know that every personal story, it's going to be different. There is going to be a mother who's probably hoping custody for the child. And it breaks me to be sitting amongst MP to tell that we're okay to delay this or forever let go of this amendment because you're asking us to bargain for children's right over mother's right. So yes, it's very complex, but please, please, if you are in a position to influence, decouple, separate the amendments. Yeah.
Here we are, 102. Yes, children's rights, women's rights shouldn't have to be a bargaining chip for nobody. And when it comes to statelessness, no population is more at risk than the significant number of undocumented peoples in Sabah. We can't run from this. When it comes to the current proposed citizenship amendments, particularly the latest that Malini shared, what are the implications for both the stateless in Sabah as well as the indigenous groups there?
Yeah, we have it is our big issue, and also a very sensitive issue in terms of statelessness because it has been politicized. But we really, because we work, like PACOS works with stateless children, and then it affects not only those who come from other country and then they become stateless, but it also affects indigenous population. In my work, I find that men, as you know, just now, the men cannot pass down their citizenship. They fall in love with stateless women. They have children, and so we have those big issues. They cannot register their marriage. There's so many issues that. So we have stateless, local, indigenous children who have no documents, and then also because we are very community-based, and if we find children that has no parents, whether they're stateless or whether they're local, they're children anyway. So they're adopted by indigenous families. And then I find that those are the cases that come to PACOS. We really have problem in trying to get documents. So they are now in primary school, secondary school, they have no documents. So they cannot continue. So that is one of the scenario. And of course, there's also issue about religion. Where one parent may be another religion, another one is a Muslim, and they don't want, because we don't have a choice if you're Muslim. So maybe one of the parents don't want the child to be automatically become saying that she's a Muslim, so they don't register the children anyway. So that's one of the big problems that we are facing in our community, among the indigenous community. And what more, of course, the stateless children and who come from other countries. So it's a really big issue. And so we always say, what happened when they grow up? They can't go to school, they cannot have documents, they cannot have a bank account, and we talk about socioeconomy. So really there is no future if this issue on statelessness is not addressed.
Clearly, in East Malaysia, there's just everything that we're dealing with in Peninsula. In East Malaysia, it's just like
Sarawak
extra
from
drama.
Indonesia, they
Goodness.
cross the border and get married.
Yes, there's that too. Rosanna, before we move into the next part, because obviously I think citizenship and statelessness is a topic in unto itself, but before we move into the next part of our discussion, do you want to add anything to that conversation?
When it comes to, because we have a helpline, and it's called Telenisa, and more we are actually finding, women who do not have citizenship, are stateless or migrants or refugees. They are also trying to enforce their own rights within their own marriage, and without a status of any kind, how do they do that, even if they're Muslims? So there are, I suppose, processes, but it begs the question as to what extent is the legality of all of this. So really, at the end of the day, access to justice is a question for stateless families. Yeah.
Now, we have to move on to another part of our discussion, something that YB Minister raised earlier, which is money, 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 money. Obviously, when you're talking about investing women, a large part of that will be resources. I'm happy to note that the government has finally begun to incorporate some elements of gender-responsive budgeting since the pandemic. My question, though, is the level and type of investment that we've seen, particularly in the most recent budget. Are the needs of women and girls actually being met in this budgeting, particularly in the areas of unpaid care work, childcare, aged care, rising costs which disproportionately affect women, period poverty, comprehensive sexuality education? So much. What are your thoughts on this?
Not enough. Not enough, not comprehensive enough, not targeted enough, and not taking into account, because I just feel like when it comes to, it's a mind-boggling thing. Actually, there's somebody here who's more qualified to talk about this, Omna, from NGender, because she leads the project on gender budgeting. But, I know the work that, Omna is doing with NGender and with Women's Aid Organization in terms of getting input and feedback from CSOs in terms of what are the issues and how they can feed into this whole gender responsive budgeting. Basically, it's not gender responsive enough yet. And I'm wondering what the barrier is, what is the limitation? Because we are still looking at how do we distribute, making sure that the most marginalized of women, and we've heard the statistics, female labor force participation is still at 52.6%, and then how then do you get more women to come on board? Which means that it not only has to go, all these issues about childcare, aged care, and I'm very happy to hear what Minister Nancy Shukri had mentioned, that there would be a roadmap, but I think it really needs a lot more involvement, participation, consultation, for us to really understand how this will then be reflected in the budget. And I also wish that our budgets could be a little bit more long-term in its view, rather than moving from, what we're going to do next year to what we're going to do the year after, We really need to have a long-term vision of a budget for 5 years, a budget for 10 years, a goal, like I said, a budget that actually takes into account roadmaps that need to get women from where they are of position of being unequal to position of being equals in Malaysia.
And of course, when we're talking budget, it's not always about money. It's also about making sure that we meet the minimum representation of that 30% quota, which unfortunately we are still far from meeting. It's currently 16.1%. The global average, for context, is 23%. So what needs to be done to get more women into public office? Clearly, it's more than just money. I'd like to open this to all of our panelists. Jump ahead. Malini, I know you have something you want to say.
So we just completed implementing a project from the EU funding, which is to go to the grassroots, speak to community leaders, women, encourage them into getting into politics, as well as, or NGOs, civil society work, activists, whichever that fits them, even corporate works. I think that there was just something so interesting that came out of this is that women in grassroots, the first thing that makes them to take 10 steps back is the social media attacks and the talks of women being involved in politics, which seems to directly relate to what do you do after 7 o'clock in the night having meetings with men. And it was really scary. It was really scary that this is happening across all states. And that's one. And the other observation that actually came from an Adun who was recently elected, she was telling me, Malini, what I find it difficult that, I'm going to get married, but the fact that every meetings are in the evening with your political parties, and women are expected to let go of everything. When you are supposed to have children, you need to cook, you need to do everything, but none of the political party actually ensures that your meeting are in accordance to, the time frames a women can be supported for. So I think it starts there as well.
There isn't really an assurance of safety there either. In fact, earlier this week, I moderated a talk about women in digital spaces. And like being in politics, it makes them a target, essentially, for attacks. And as a result, many women are actually leaving the digital space, the digital sphere, because of that fear of coming under attack. And it comes back down to what you were saying earlier, Rosanna, that at the very core of it, we're still talking 30 years down the line about mindset. I'll come back to you on that, Rosanna. And as you were already saying, in Sabah, everything is a bit more dramatic. How does this work in Sabah? Political representation, government representation, and what more in non-governmental organizations?
Yeah, there's two things in Sabah. We are also very much community-based. Like you still have that very strong. And we have this, I think, so the communities are much more open actually, if they're given the opportunity. So we have this also a project funded by the EU that was sometime 2-3 years ago. That is the leadership training for women, and this is also for grassroots, but for indigenous women. And we wanted to, we advocated to our, together with this Sabah Women's Council, we advocated for at least 30%. So some of the Adun, the men, they said, yeah, we want. So they made a ruling that in the JKK, the Village Development Council, you must have 30% women. And they're also open to have village heads who are women. So, I mean, that's a good opening. But we also realized that for women to be in that space, we don't want them just to be the flower or what decoration or token, like you just put them. So we had this training because if we are given the opportunity to become a village head, we also have the capacity. So that was the work that we are doing, and also for the JKK. And I must say, we have done a little bit more. We have now more village heads that are women, and we also have women who are involved in the development committee. They are more, they are more women now, and they are more outspoken. This is because of the training. So it is important to have training. It is important to have opportunity. But I also think we need to talk to the political parties, because in the recent election we had, they didn't put many women candidates. So now we only have two women, I think, then they just put them as assistant minister. So those are things that we need to also convince them. And as you say, women need support. The child care, we don't get any of those support. Yeah, whether you're in community or whether you're in town, we do really actually need. I want to see in the budget if they give, irrespective of where you are, you should be given that budget to support child care. Yeah.
And it's one thing to be encouraged or to set a quota, but I think women also need to feel reassured of their safety if they're going to participate in these spaces. I only have a minute, I'm told. Rosanna, being in Sisters in Islam, I think you are more familiar probably than most about how it feels to be safe when trying to fight for women's rights, particularly from a perspective of Islam. Yeah? Do you want to add anything to that?
At this point, I would like to say, because we do have a fatwa on us that says we are deviants for subscribing to liberalism and religious pluralism, when at the end of the day what we're talking about essentially is women's rights. Now, this year it would be the 10th year that we are in a court process of trying to challenge how the fatwa is there on us. And it's a very clear effort to basically shut down the voices of Muslim women talking about women's rights in Islam. And at the end of the day, do you know who bears the burden and the biggest disadvantage of this? Are Muslim women in Malaysia themselves. Because we no longer have a seat at the table, it's very hard to push and lobby for law reform or even processes and procedures that can make the experience better for women in Sharia courts, better enforcements of maintenance orders and so on and so forth. And if Muslim women do not realize this, then they are going to be further marginalized, and they are going to be further disadvantaged. And that whole idea of being in that cycle of poverty, that's going to go on for much longer, and it will be much more stark as well.
Well, I, for one, am very glad to have you on the stage with me. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have about 5 minutes to open the floor to questions. So if you do have any questions, please do raise your hand. We'll try to pass you a microphone. I hope that one of those questions might actually touch on child marriage, because that's one area that we did not have enough time to cover, and very closely related, of course, to the kind of work that SIS, Sisters in Islam, actually fights for. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. I'm Ari Quintela, the Ambassador of Brazil. I would like to thank Ms. Karima El-Khoury and her team for organizing this event. At first, I did not want to speak, and I don't think women need, especially on International Women's Day, yet another man addressing them. But I mentioned to Karima this morning that I would like to say a few things which may be relevant to this panel. And by the way, I would like to thank the participation here today of several Brazilian women entrepreneurs who are in this auditorium this morning. Thank you very much for being here. Obrigado a vocês por estarem aqui. I would like to mention something that Ms. Rosanna Isa and several things that Ms. Rosanna Isa said, Ms. Malini Ramalho, and you yourself, Ms. Chenyi, and also something that the British High Commissioner mentioned earlier in her speech. Ms. Ailsa Terry mentioned that she still feels often that she's the only woman in the room. And this is, I'm going to go back to this, but first let me mention that tomorrow morning the Embassy of Brazil is organizing a seminar on equitable access to medicines. And the Deputy Minister of Health of Malaysia, Dato' Lukanisnam, will give the closing remarks to that seminar. And it's not a coincidence that the embassy is organizing that seminar on International Women's Day, which falls actually tomorrow, because in Brazil at least, and I can only speak for Brazil, inequalities in access to medicines affect especially women for several reasons, which I hope will be discussed today at the seminar. It's important to remember that under President Lula's current presidential term, for the first time, Brazil has a woman Minister of Health, Dr. Nízia Trindade. And Brazil is working with Malaysia on the effort to eliminate cervical cancer. And by the way, this week we are also celebrating in the UN and in Brazil the fact that the Secretary General of the UN nominated a Brazilian woman, Ms. Najla Nassif Palma, as the UN victims' rights advocate, with the mission to advocate for the elimination of and prevent sexual exploitation and abuse. Because of things that were mentioned here this morning, by this panel in particular and by the British High Commissioner, I would like to compliment women diplomats. There are several here in this room, not only Ms. Karim El-Khoury and the British High Commissioner, but also the Ambassador of Switzerland, my good friend, Ms. Andrea Reichlin. And I can see from where I'm sitting here several women colleagues from the diplomatic corps in Malaysia. I just saw that the deputy at the French embassy is here. Why do I want to mention female diplomats? Because by any standards, female diplomats, like all diplomats, male or female, are privileged people, privileged in socioeconomic terms, and Ms. Rosana Isa mentioned that the socioeconomic term has been used a lot this morning. But this is important because diplomats, male or female, are privileged in socioeconomic terms. But we are not talking here, at this particular moment, me at least, I'm not talking about socioeconomic difficulties. As the son and the husband of women diplomats, I can testify on how difficult it is for women to be diplomats, just as it is difficult for women to be in any position in public life. And I was very glad that Malini Ramalho addressed the issue of social media, because in my experience, every time a woman makes any statement publicly, and it's happened to my mother, who is in her 80s, and to my wife, all kinds of abuse will be directed to that woman for whatever opinion she comes forward to communicate to the public. So I was very glad, Ms. Shiani, that you mentioned that you were in that panel that addressed that issue recently. And that's something that men in public functions, in political life, or in diplomacy cannot understand. It's just, it's unreachable to us. The abuse that women in public life are subjected to. So in the end, I said I wouldn't have a question, but it just occurred to me that I do have a question to this particular panel. And the question is, how do you address that? How do you counter the fact that women in public life are, anytime they make a speech, anytime they write an article, anytime they publish a post on social media, are attacked by men and sometimes also by other women, which is quite terrible, but it happens. But you know, I had this conversation with my mother, who is a retired ambassador recently, and she said, listen, men are always fighting amongst them. So maybe it's normal that women sometimes attack other women. We mustn't see too much into it. It's just part of normal life. But the fact is that women are subjected to different kinds of abuse from men. It's a question of, in diplomacy, for example, what I notice is that even when you have the structures for equality in opportunities, in ascension, in promotion, sometimes it's not a question of the structures, the formal structures. The formal structures are there, but it's a question of frame of mind that you can give, you can strive and strive for equality amongst the two genders, but the frame of mind, the prejudice frame of mind is still there. And I think that's why women are so much victims of abuse in public life, anytime they make any comment. So my question is, how do you fight against that? Is there any way to fight against that? And it's a terrible question, I know, because the answer is not easy, but that's something that, I mean, 8-year-old women, like my mother, are subjected to that kind of abuse anytime they make a speech. How do you address that?
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And certainly, it's good to hear from our male allies in the audience, so your opinions and perspectives are very much welcome. But yes, it happens even among the diplomatic corps, despite having formal structures there in place. Would any of our ladies here like to take on that question?
Well, probably I'm slightly younger and have social media that's active. So I think you can never address that situation. But, you know, I was conflicted myself, like if I wanted my voice to be heard in social media, and it happens to be that is the best way to communicate. I don't have a TikTok, but people keep saying, speak on TikTok if you want to reach out to the community. And that actually means that, you know, I would learn people's thoughts, and that thoughts are sometimes so negative. But what has worked for me is that very moment I realized threats. It was during COVID. I spoke up about, you know, the detention and how stateless persons were getting into the detention as well. And one of the first things that came into my inbox was that go back to the country that your skin color comes from. That was the first one. And I think I got alarmed there because I'm practically like the 4th, the 5th generation of Malaysian in this country, and that happened to me. And I think also at that point, I'm a new mother, and I have now a child who's turning 3. And it's very often young people like us, we post social media pictures because we want to stay connected to families. First thing I did was remove her identity. I removed her presence on my social media. I still have maintained a private social media where I upload and keep connected with the rest of the world, I mean my families. But I was very sure with what I was articulating and who I was putting them at risk. And therefore, I think a lot of things that I was getting involved to actually included if you want to be photographed or you do not want to be photographed. And I think these conferences helped me to frame the boundaries that I wanted and what I was exposing myself to. But it's difficult, it's very difficult, and no one has that support system. You're basically just telling, you know, I got threatened, what do you do? And then someone advises this, and that's how you work. But I do think good frameworks should be available in terms of women or activists who are speaking up. And I think the threat against them is tremendous. Yeah, intimidation.
Indeed, I'm sure every woman in this room with a social media account can certainly relate. I'm afraid that's all the time we have for our session. Before I end it, a quick round among our panel. 3 words to sum up. 3 words, not a lot. 3 words to sum up how we should better invest in women from a human rights perspective.
Invest in women and children. Give more money to us.
Give more money. Okay. Thank you, Anne.
Have women in decision-making roles. It's just that.
Yes. women make the best decisions. All right, Rosanna.
Women deserve better, so demand for it.
Indeed. And I think to kind of wrap up what we were talking about, I know there are many things that we wanted to talk about but didn't have enough time to. It comes down to voices. Whether those voices are in the public sphere, in the digital sphere, politics, government, even in this room. When you're talking about human rights for women, it is about having first our voices heard, because these issues will not be heard in the public space if we don't speak up. So protecting our voices, giving us that freedom and independence to say what needs to be said from where we stand is where everything starts. And another thing, it's one thing to create laws, and I hope that we can continue to create better legislation for women, but I hope that all of us in this room can work together to somehow make sure that those laws that are designed to protect us can be implemented and enforced better. So I think that's a start. Having our voices heard here, turning them into legislation, and then protecting us through those legislations. So I want to thank our panelists here. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. I'd now like to invite Ms. Karima Al-Khoury on stage to present a token to each of our panel members. Thank you once again, Ms. Rosanna Issa. Ms. Malini Ramalau. And of course, Anne Lasimbang. And now, since we're all on stage together, how about a quick photo opportunity with Ms. Karima Al-Khoury? Could we also invite on stage our keynote speaker, Dato Prof, to join us for a quick photo? Thank you so much to our keynote speaker for laying the groundwork for our discussion earlier. All right, could we step forward, ladies? Let's have a quick photo for our photographers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much once again to our keynote speaker, our panelists, and Ms. Karima Al-Khoury. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a 15-minute tea break before continuing with panel discussion 2, Women's Economic Participation, a Driver of Progress. We'd like to invite our panel to join us for refreshments, as well with Ms. Karima outside. Yes, we will restart our program at 12 p.m. Refreshments are provided at the foyer. Enjoy a break and see you back here at 12 noon sharp for our second panel discussion.
moderator panel 2, testing 1, 2, 3. You good? Testing 1, 2, 3. Moderators, mic, session 2. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are a minute away from 12 noon, if my clock can be trusted. I'd like to invite everyone to join us back in the hall so that we can continue with our next panel discussion, a very interesting discussion on women's economic participation as a driver of progress and part and parcel of investing in women. We must also talk about women's role in the economy. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can make your way back into the hall. We will also have lunch later, so not to worry. After panel discussion 2, we will end with a lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, please do make yourself comfortable, grab a seat, and we hope to begin any minute now for panel discussion 2. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we'd like to invite everyone to take your seats so that we can kick off panel discussion 2. I do understand the lure of coffee and refreshments is very exciting, but believe me, panel discussion 2 will be worth your time. If you have colleagues outside, ladies and gentlemen, please do welcome them to join us back in the hall so that we can kick off our next session and finish in time for lunch. right, ladies and gentlemen, we hope to start any minute from now with panel discussion 2. If you have any colleagues outside still having their coffee, please do assist me by welcoming them back into the hall so that we can get started on our session. And if you are new to Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen, this is actually what we call Malaysian timing. Standard start 10 to 15 minutes behind whatever the program says. So I thank you for everyone who has been waiting here since 12 noon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you had a good break, and by the sounds of things, you really did. Next up, we kick off the second half of our program with panel discussion 2, Women's Economic Participation, a Driver of Progress, led by the British High Commission in Kuala Lumpur. Now, to get more insight into this topic, let's first hear from our keynote speaker for this session. For that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Hajah Mahuran Saro Dato' Haji Sariki, Vice President, Group Research, Development and Policy, and Malaysian Professional Talent from Talent Corp Group of Companies.
Thank you, MC. So I think people still having their break here, okay? It's 12 o'clock already, huh? Yang berbahagia, Profesor Tan Sri Datuk Seri Dr. Sharifah, the President of the National Council of Women Organization of NCWO. Okay, she's not here. Okay. Her Excellency Alisa Terry, British High Commission to Malaysia. Ms. Karima El-Khoury, UN Residence Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam. And then we have also the Brazil Ambassador, Ambassador Eri Quintela, and EU Ambassador is His Excellency Michalis Rokas. I hope that I pronounced correct here. And of course, the Professor Datuk Nur Azian Muhammad Awal, the Commissioner of Suhakam. A very good afternoon and Salam Malaysia Madani. I'm pleased to be here today for the International Women's Day Forum 2024 in conjunction with the 2024 International Women's Day IWD organized by the United Nations in Malaysia and its partner, the British High Commission's Kuala Lumpur, Embassy of Brazil in Malaysia, delegations of the European Union to Malaysia, and National Council of Women Organization, NCWO, to join this event and in the topic of to accelerate the advancement of gender equality and the empowerment of women girls in Malaysia. So this week, tomorrow, we will celebrate the International Women's Day, but Ministry of Human Resources through Talent Corp have started our Women Empowerment Week since 2nd of March and will end our program this Saturday, 9th of March. I will give the details later what we do. Okay, Government's Madani is committed for Malaysian women. Women are a very important component of the workforce, and their advancements and leaderships are central to the business performance and economic growth. This morning, Abu Wabi said, money, 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 right? So this is related to this economic growth. Okay, women represent, I just give a very short statistics. Women represents, as you all know, almost half the country's population and account for over 60% of enrollment in our higher education system. Therefore, it is important to step up the efforts to better support and leverage this pool of women talent. So the government target to increase our FLFPR to 60%, and we are now at only 56%. Malaysia is, as you all know, 102 out of 149 in the 2023 WF Global Gender Gap Index. So earlier, panelists also mentioned if we couldn't do anything, maybe we can go rank to the lower than upper, not the in the statistics there. So we must together do something about it. Yeah? And the World Bank's report on breaking barriers towards better economic opportunities for women in Malaysia notes 3 points there. The first one, Malaysians girls perform better than boys in school. I don't know whether you agree or not. Okay. Making up 55% of graduates in institutions of higher learning. Girls also account for 67% of students studying science and mathematics, 40% of ICT-related subjects, and 34% of engineering subjects. Second point, Malaysia's per capita income could grow between 23.7% to 26% if all economic barriers were removed to afford the greater proportion of women opportunities to fill the higher paying jobs. The third point is women's economic empowerment will require removing barriers to create more productive employment for women, especially to greater education opportunities, labor force participation, and the employments. Having said that, the government has introduced measures to assist, empower, and make a positive difference for Malaysians' women towards increasing women participation in the workforce. So this year, the International Women's Day theme, Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. With that, Ministry of Human Resources, the short name is KSM, but now rebrand to Kesuma. Kesuma in the Malay traditional words maksud dia bunga, is a flower. So this is actually suggested by our yang berhormat Minister YB Stephen, the Minister of Human Resources. Now MOHA's known, a short name is Kesuma, is a flower. Okay, True Talent Corp, okay, has launched the Wanita My Wira on the 4th of March. There is a few days ago. Okay, so that's why I mentioned that this week is a very busy week for me. Okay, one after another. I just come back from Penang last night, and I'm still I'm here with you. Okay, and I have another session in the afternoon talking about women empowerment too. Yeah, in other event. Okay. So what is Wanita My Wira? Yeah. To translate, Wanita is woman, My Wira is hero. Okay, meaning that woman, my hero. Okay, this is directly. This is a centralized woman empowerment initiative to attract, to nurture, and to retain female talents dedicated to driving Malaysia's development. So aligned with the government's commitment to achieve the 60% FPR, this initiative functions as a hub of female talent and for companies who wants to connect with them. Okay, so it offers a broader access to participate in talent corps programs while also serving as a platform to streamline the application and the processing of the Women Career Comeback Tax Exemption Initiative. Okay, so what does actually it means? Okay, basically this is an umbrella, okay, to reinforce the initiative for all our DEI and women-related programs and incentive. The Wanita My Wira will be a centralized structure approach focused on DEI efforts for women in the workforce. So the question is, what do we do from the Ministry of Information and also Talent Corp? So we have a few initiatives, right? The first one, Yes, Rock the School, Yes, Woman. What is this? Yes, and then we go to Rock the School, and then Yes, Woman. So this is actually a program where we want to give awareness, to the secondary students, talking about gender talking about their future skill, what are the skills needed by the industry, so that they can equip themselves, when they finish their study. Meaning that before they finish their study, they also have to decide what kind of courses they want to take. Okay? So yes, throughout the school, we go to the school. Yes, woman is at the higher institution. It's a public and also private university. Okay? The third one is Women Career Convention. So this is where we have a career fairs, okay, awareness of the workshop and webinars for the Malaysian female skill talent. So we also have a hybrid and also a physical event for that WCC. So the one that I mentioned on the 9th of March, this is the WCC's event for 2024. So we also have Women Industry Network. Short name is WIN, W-I-N. This is actually to build a network. Network is a net worth, okay, for all the us, including professional women, to create, structure the mentoring approach to cater the needs of our women talent. So we work with all those NGOs and other partners to have all those mentoring platform, the program. So we are now at cohort 9. Last week, we graduation, and the topic of cohort 9, for example, is, the names of the topic is Girls Who Lead. Okay? So we also have the Career Comeback Program. This is another initiative by the government to encourage women to return to work, by creating employability. So during break just now, I met a few of the participants. I mentioned about, just now I mentioned that the number of girls are more in the higher learning institute, and when they go to work at certain age, late 20s till to mid 30s, they have challenges and they take a break for many types of reasons, to take care of the family, to take care of elderly, all the needs there. So, and this is where when they want to come back after a few years break, they need an agency to help them, okay, in terms of how to connect them to the industry and what kind of exposure, the new skills needed by the industry. So once they get a job by the industry, there is where there is a government tax exemption to this woman who get a job for a year, the tax exemption. So this is the incentive given by the government. So, and we also have these work-life sustainability practices. This is actually to promote the flexible work arrangement, okay, that's needed by our talent, not only for women, but also for men, because in terms of taking care of the family, it's not only women, right? It should be shared, So FWA workplace is actually we advocate, meaning that we work with a company who will come up with a guideline, because under our law, the employee can apply to the employer that they request for a flexible work, and the employer have to answer whether to yes or no. So meaning that before they answer that, there is a policy. There must be a policy of the FWA implementation. There's also a guideline. So we also advocate that, helping the companies, to come up with that policy. So it's a win-win situation, because we mentioned about how to attract, how to nurture, and how to retain our talent at the workforce. Okay. Child care center, we discussed this morning, not enough. Okay, yes, they do have incentive from the government, And we also work together with the company to provide more childcare center, so that those parents who go to work, their mind is in peace and they can focus to work, and the children are being taken care of by the in the childcare center. Okay, to recognize the DI and all those women initiative, we have this LAWA, L-A-W-A. The Malay word is cantik, but no. LAWA stand is Life at Works Award. So every year we have this award because we want to recognize all the private organization and also the public organization to drive the agenda of DEI, and all those women initiative for Malaysia. So I mentioned about we start our women empowerment. We start from 2nd of March and we finish by 9th of March. The one-day event is a lineup of programs aims at enhance the awareness on the diversity hiring, opportunity for all, and a call to action for each party to assume greater roles in achieving collective equality by investing in our talents and accelerating their progress. So what are the objectives of our WCC for this year is, first, to provide the career opportunities for women from all walks of life, especially to address the issue of unemployment and underemployment among women and seniors by increasing their access to labor market. Second, to increase the potential for women and senior hires where employers compete to hire the best and the workers compete for the best satisfying job available. The last one is to share knowledge and best practices to increase women talents, employability through workshops, sessions. So what will happen during WCC? There will be a career fair. There are more than 50 companies will be there to meet all those women talents, who are looking for the job. There's also a complimentary resume clinic, how to enhance your resume, and interview preparation services. There's also an industry learning experience focusing on care economy. Our YB this morning mentioned about the ministry are coming up with the roadmap and also the guideline for the care economy. I believe all Malaysians, particularly on women, are looking forward for that documents, of the care economy. And there's also a panel discussion on community-based care ecosystem and ESG principle. Last is, of course, a networking session among hiring company, representative, and talent. So, it's not end there. After the WCC, what happened? So the woman talent who secure the job can apply what I mentioned just now, the Talent Corp Career Comeback Tax Exemptions Initiative, where it's eligible in our website. And second, attendees who have registered with us will receive information on updates, more programs about women. So I end my keynotes with this quote. If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. And whatever you do, you must keep moving forward, regardless of obstacles, bumpers, and limitation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Puan, for sharing all the opportunities Talent Corp has designed to boost women's participation in the economy and labor force. That sets up for what I'm sure a very interesting discussion ahead. Now, to help us understand better where we stand with women's economic inclusion, I'd like to first invite up our moderator for this panel session, a woman I have always looked up to as an icon in my field of work. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Bettina Chua Abdullah. I'm sure many of us remember Bettina first and foremost as CNBC Asia's award-winning chief news anchor and independent content producer. She then moved on to the property sector, finding time to also start an environmental NGO called the Free Tree Society. These days, Bettina is director of the creative space Hikayat and a full-time writer who also continues to use her vast broadcasting experience to moderate conferences and talk shows. Welcome, Bettina.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, to join her on stage, let's also invite our panelists, Dr. Melati Nungsari, Deputy Dean for Research, Asia School of Business, Ms. Hilda Hamza, Chief of Staff, GX Bank, Ms. Yuki Aizawa, Regional Director of APAC Region, Women in Tech, Ms. Ong Ji Lien, Group Chief Communications and ESG Officer, Gamuda Berhad, and Ms. Charlotte Wolfby, Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer of Petronas. All right, Bettina, over to your capable hands. Take it away.
Jenny, thank you very much. Salam alaikum, everyone. Welcome to the International Women's Day Forum for 2024, which got off to an incredible start. I think we lost a few people. We'll be hungry bathroom breaks. But thank you, all of you, for staying here. I want to, first and foremost, acknowledge the trailblazing women and men of Malaysian civil society who are doing incredible things to elevate and advance the lives and prospects of their sisters. So well done. We owe a great deal to all of your efforts. In order to squeeze as much time as possible for this session, I'm not making very long introductions to our panel for this second session because they will reveal themselves to you in the course of the discussion. What I can say is that they form here a stellar lineup that's been put together by your organizers. Melati Nungsari over the other end from the Asia School of Business, studying microeconomics, labor markets, entrepreneurship, and so much more. Next to her, Yuki Aizawa, representing Women in Tech. In the middle, Hilda Hamza from GX Bank, which is at the forefront of digital banking in Malaysia. Ong Ji Lien, in the communications and ESG sections of Gamuda, as is Charlotte Wolfby, who is upping sustainability at Petronas. I'm going to take a non-silo approach to this discussion because if you look at these colored boxes in front of you, all the way from strange numbering system, 1 to this, 1 to 8, and 9 to 17, I challenge you to look at any of them and figure out a way we can do it without money. I challenge you to look at any of them and figure out a way that we can achieve these goals without there being an economic ecosystem in place. So we will take this non-silo approach. Ladies, panel, you are welcome to jump in at any time when, when somebody is speaking. I don't want to have a silo approach because, again, if you look at this, that's not going to work without that, and that's not going to work without this, and none of it is going to work unless we take this holistic non-silo approach. So we're going to try and do that here. Here are your 5 women, as I said, at the forefront of their respective industries, women who have great knowledge to share. Women also for whom conditions were right, or were made right, for them to learn, for them to advance, for them to prosper. We're all here because we are interested and committed to funding, developing, and improving the many spaces and the many conditions in which there are more women like them, more women who can grow and thrive and excel. And when we do this, it is going to be, excuse the metaphor, I have water on the brain, it's going to be like a rising tide that lifts all the boats. However, we are painfully aware from the session this morning and just in our daily lives the interactions we go through and the stories we encounter, that the waters in which these boats sail are not very calm all the time, that tides can be unfriendly, and sometimes they're infested with pirates, and sometimes we have boat trouble, and sometimes there is just no wind to keep us going. And what is the saddest of all is the boats come to the shore and they stay in dry dock and they sit there. Prize assets waiting. Prize assets wasting. We are not going to solve everything this morning, but my hope is that through the panel discussion, we put aside for a few minutes some very sad numbers and statistics and some very enraging narratives, and maybe take away from this session something that is a bit more positive and useful. So if you have questions for our panelists, scribble them down and be ready to present them post-session. So we are going to start right now. I'm starting, Melati, with you, because I know you have to run away. Busy women. As I said, we're going to talk about economic ecosystems here, particular to certain industries. What most exciting sectors of growth in Malaysia are you seeing women contributing in? And where is your greatest challenge?
Hi, I guess it's on. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. So thank you very much for having me. I'm really happy to get to know all the illustrious women on this stage. So I'm really sorry, but I'm going to have to leave at 1, so I'll try to make my points. So I want to kind of pull you to think a little bit about actually women and the workforce, but in terms of fertility. So one of the biggest economic challenges of our generation, I think, will be the fact that fertility worldwide has been decreasing at a very rapid rate. So if you look at Malaysia, in 2022, which is our recent statistic, fertility in Malaysia was the lowest it has ever been in 50 years. Now, you may ask, why is this the case, right? So is it a health thing? Is it a biological thing? And part of that is true. But I think picking up on what Bettina said about this idea of ecosystems, right? The fact is that, working women are going to face a lot of issues with childcare, with schooling, with returning back to the workforce after taking career breaks, stuff like that. But I think what people haven't really thought about is how we can actually incentivize people and women to actually be in a system or a situation where they feel like they can have kids and can contribute. And whenever I bring this up, people always poo-poo me a little bit because it's this is a future problem for the future. But the fact is that many countries are shrinking. And what does that mean for a country like Malaysia that's very small? It means that we will have trouble basically being productive. We already have trouble with that. We'll have trouble of people taking care of elderly populations. And so there's a lot kind of going in between that. So I guess one thing that I think we can all think about is women, we know, contribute very much to society, but only women can give birth, right? So how can we kind of build an ecosystem where people feel that they can contribute? And one kind of radical suggestion that I have always had is we actually need to start paying people to have kids. Singapore is doing this indirectly, but what I mean is kind of a system. Basically, we can compensate people for all of this labor that they're performing. So that is something I wanted to highlight. And then the second thing I wanted to highlight as well is that when we're thinking about growth and sectors, I really feel like we need to think about class a bit more. So we have all these events, we do good work, but how are we sort of uplifting the bottom, right? I work a lot with informality and with a lot of vulnerable groups, and I can't imagine inclusive growth looking like, there's a TRX, but there's also kids who can't eat enough for the day. That cannot be the future that we give and pass on. As women, as society, I don't think that is something that people can live with, right? So when we're thinking about sectoral changes and contributions, I really do feel like we need to think about not only helping middle class and above, but how can we sort of lift from the bottom so that all of us benefit. And I think these are sort of 2 key things I want you to think about. And something that hopefully we can discuss a little bit is how are we helping the people who need help, and how are we thinking about building ecosystems around women so that women feel like it's safe to have kids. And right now, it's debatable whether it makes sense.
I have a little follow-up to that, which we have taken a very practical approach. to practical legal discourse discussions today, but I want to ask something a little bit philosophical. Do you think Malaysia actually treasures its women? Because you raised the issue of us being the only ones being able to give birth. Giving birth is something that, if you have given birth as a woman, I can attest to you, you feel very clever. You feel felt very clever giving birth, because I looked at my husband and I thought, you can't do this. I can do this. You should treasure me more. Do you think in this country we treasure our women? And is that feeling, that philosophy towards women, implicitly important in all these things we want to do?
I don't think we treasure women. I think we wouldn't be on this stage and we would have a day dedicated to... Men don't have International Men's Day because they're always appreciated. And if we were appreciated all the time, we wouldn't need today. I think that's sort of the frank thing. But I do feel that there are wonderful women who do a lot to the economy, a lot to the society, and we need to figure out, you know, all of these women up here, what got you here so we can replicate your journey for everybody. Because that is sort of a society I want to work towards.
Ladies, anybody want to add to this? Yes.
So let me just do a segue. So thanks everyone for having me here. I just wanted to kind of follow off what Bettina said. So I'm going to give you some happy statistics now. So because we start off with something pretty sad, just segue into what Melati is saying. So first and foremost, so we're the first digital bank out the gate. And we'd just like to share some nice statistics that we have, that our senior management team is 53% women. And that's not something you traditionally see in a bank, regardless. So that's one. Second is that our entire workforce is 47% women. And guys, we have people in tech, in product, in hardcore sciences that are women. And we achieved this by looking for the best talent out there. We didn't go out there and say, I just want to make sure that I'm going to get 30% women, 40%. No, we went out there, we looked for the best engineers, we looked for the best product guys, and the woman came back. So first takeaway is that there are talented, intelligent, hardworking women out there, and all we need to do is just give them a space to shine. And we did that. So that's the first thing. The second thing that I just wanted to kind of segue into Melati's point and to Bettina's point about money. Yes, money makes the world go round. The fact that I have spent my entire career in banking, from development finance to Islamic financing, I really know how that works. So what we've seen at least, and we're young, for those talking about being a mother, we just finished our confinement. We're just 100 days old. That's how old we are. And what we've seen, very interestingly, is that only about 30% of our current customer base is women. So that's that's a saying, right? In God we trust, everybody else bring data. So that's our data point. So one. Second is that from that 32%, women save an average of 800 ringgit more than men. So just out there.
Is that, sorry, is that annually?
What's an average balance? So
it's an average savings balance.
Saving balance is more, right? But what was more interesting and I was sharing this with Bettina earlier, is that 28% of them say, at least they declare, that they don't work, that they're unemployed. 31% of them transact on an average within 30 days. So it means that they get money, wherever they get it from, they save more, and they don't spend. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the moment you empower a woman, and I posit this, and this is a hypothesis, it's anecdotal, we're young, this is what we're seeing now, but what we feel is that the moment you give women money, they save. They're careful with their money. But I think what, at least for us looking in, is what we're saying is, why is there only 30% odd women being part of this narrative? Actually, that was a question that myself, as well as the amazing women that I work with every day, have been asking ourselves. Is it because our theory, at least, is that women don't necessarily, they're a bit more cautious, they're careful with their money. So a digital bank is new, we're novel. So let me wait and see how these guys go. So that's one. Second is also the comfort with tech, right? And I know you'll be able to say more about this, but women are generally not saying, out there with sciences and tech and everything else. So the moment I try to explain to you what's an API, what's everything else in between, payloads and everything, everybody just glazes over, right? So that is another thing that we feel. The more people come forward and have that kind of visibility and understanding, then they will be able to embrace. So to finish off what Bettina said, I think tech has empowered women in ways that I think we never imagined. For us, we start our days at 10 because a lot of mothers need to send their kids off to school. We only ask them to come to office twice a week because we've equipped them with technology that allows them to be productive. And we take pride in that, right? So I think we hope that what we've tried to create in this short 100 days is something that everybody here thinks about, and we're more than happy to share how we did it so that more women can come in, so we can solve this together, right? So I just wanted to kind of leave it as that, and that's my 5 minutes today.
Okay. No, brilliant success stories. Yes, absolutely. It brings me to a little follow-up question, little observation. I know that your CEO is a woman because I went to your website and I counted how many women were on the management team, and it is 9 out of 15 women, so definitely more women than men, which brings to light the problem that was mentioned a little bit earlier about not having enough women in policy making. In my very first days in television, the force to be reckoned with, the member of cabinet who was the most frightening, the most powerful, was not the Prime Minister. It was a lady who is now known as Tun Rafida Aziz. She helmed the Ministry of International Trade and Industry. My question is always, what happened? What happened that didn't continue? What was going on in the ministry that the ministry should benefit from, the policies that they throw out, saying you need 30% of women on boards. Where are the women in the ministries? I know they're there, but they're in bitty positions, also mentioned by another speaker. A woman comes in, okay, we got a woman, we got her to, she got elected, woohoo, make her an assistant something. So the other thing that I've also noticed is looking at the history of the Malaysian cabinets is that the soft ministries go to women. The big ministries, the ministries that may take you from an elected MP to Prime Minister, which are basically home, finance, defense. These ones don't go to women. So where's the empowerment that we want for us to have greater inclusion in the economy? Where is that going to come from? What are we going to teach our daughters? What are we going to say to our daughters coming from in terms of how we empower them? What are the industries that we want them to go into? We already know from less than 10 minutes into this discussion that tech is going to be majorly important. But let's hear from some of the other women who are here. Gillian, I want to come to you because what you have to say kind of picks up a little bit on what Hilda is saying about women at work. We had a quick, brief discussion, and she said to me, there are not a lot of women in construction, but the ones at Gamuda, we're happy. We're happy at Gamuda. Why? What is Gamuda doing?
Yes, we are certainly happy. I have two of my colleagues here, and I'm sad to say when we were attending it this morning, we were having coffee break just now, and we're thinking, it's very sad to be a Malaysian woman. It's like, we are the victim, we are the brunt of it, and stuff like that. Fortunately, we don't feel it this way in Gamuda. I'm supposed to speak on care, and there's construction. So the only similar between these two words is the alphabet C. So where does care comes from? Maybe just some happy statistics,
This is the session of happy statistics.
Yeah. We got too depressed just now an hour ago. Right, so in construction, generally in a global, less than 20% of the construction workforce are actually women. Less than 20. In Malaysia, it's probably 13. Singapore is less. Australia, surprisingly, even less. But in Gamuda, we're very happy to say we are 55% at the board level for a construction company. And average woman contribution is about 38%. But this is the sad part. The growth to 38% was very slow. Every year, just 1%. Now, to the question whether the tech fits in, yes. As you know, construction is a very challenging environment. It's hot, it's dusty, it's dangerous. But we know that in every project that we undertake, we don't just build houses or townships, we build big infrastructure projects, the MRT. And it goes through 50 kilometers each time. And we make it a point, it's a generational program that we do. It's a very intended, that's where policy comes in. I can only speak as a successful case study in the private sector. We made it a point at the very start, at every project that we undertake, we go to the schools and teach STEM. We bring in all our women engineers, women architects, even those who are not. I'm a non-engineer, but I've been in the construction line for 22 years. So we bring them to encourage the young girls because we realize at the age of 16, in government schools in Malaysia, that's when they start, during my generations, whether you start doing the science or art stream. And we realized at that age, 15, 16, is the crucial year for a girl to decide what she wants to be. Does she want to do her O-levels after that, or does she want to do her SDPM? And that's when we encourage them from young. And then we give them scholarships. As of today, we have given to nearly 700 scholarships from Gamuda. Half goes to young girls. And that half, we put them into programs, into very designated programs in key projects. Wind back after 15 years, you see a lot of middle management as higher management, all women. Not because it's a woman quota, but because by merit, they work for it. They have proven themselves. Now this is the sad part. Then we realize as a girl, she gets married. At 30 to 35, she gives birth. And then management start realizing, hey, where's all my middle management women? Once they reach manager, they want to quit. They want to be homemakers. And we started interviewing them, and we asked, why are you leaving your jobs? It's quite well paid. And he says, no, I don't have the care. I need to care for my, the 100 days. No many nannies will take care of babies less than 1 year old. And that's when management says, hey, go and open a daycare. And we did. We opened a daycare. It's been 10 years running. And this is the most interesting part, which I always share. The intention when we created the daycare was to help young working mothers to retain good talent. After 10 years today, I just called the headmistress just now, half of them are actually used by Gamuda male colleagues. It is the men who starts benefiting from it, not the ladies, because the spouses of the male Gamuda colleague says, your office has a daycare, you go send a kid there. That empowers the female colleagues like myself, and that also empowers my male colleagues. So you can see a change of dynamics when it comes to that. And this is where the sad part comes in. Although the numbers went up, came COVID, we saw a drop. A lot of women quit their jobs. I don't know, COVID made them change perspective in life, they want to spend more time. And that's when we changed our policies to allow a bit more flexibility at work. So I think in the corporate sector, it is very important to look every year, have a rewind and see what works for the workforce.
Yeah. Okay, brilliant. Again now, so more examples. What we need to try and do here is get these examples of programs that are working well, that are beneficial, and then filter them down a little bit. But before we do that, I want to bring in Yuki, because we also had a little quiet exchange before all of this started. I'm going to share with you an anecdote from my story, picking up on what Gillian said. Science was not well taught when I was in school. Math, even less so. On the day that we were taught, I remember something called locus and vector. I dropped out of the science stream, went straight to the headmaster and said, I don't want to be here anymore. Can I go into the arts? Because they do history and literature, and I like those, and those make me happy. So I did that. The thing is that I'm an engineer's daughter, and I'm fascinated by engineering, especially civil engineering. And my father, as a civil engineer, took me to the dams that he was building and showed me where water would be taken into certain points and treated. And I can talk really well on civil engineering and building dams and water treatment plants in Malaysia. But I got no pleasure from studying it in the classroom.
So, Yuki Aizawa, what did my teachers do wrong? What could they have done to keep me, a girl, there?
Okay, first and foremost, I'm going to start with a sad one again. Okay, I'm Japanese. I've been in Malaysia for 20 odd years. And Japan, Malaysia, you are happy where you are at in the ranking. We are at 125. We came up from 128 the year before, so 3 ranks up. So we are definitely at the bottom of G7 in terms of that gender inequality in all indexes. And obviously, the penetration of that goes back to the Japanese government doing well in the education sector, and this is also quite similar in Malaysian case, especially in, well, we call it STEAM now with the arts within the science, technology, engineering, maths and arts and maths. We feel our manifesto at Women in Tech, by the way, manifesto is classroom to boardroom. So we know that in every life stages, there's leaky pipes somewhere, and we need to stop it. And the conversation as such, it has to start at home every day. Going back to as young as there shouldn't be a conversation like you're a girl, you should be this and that. You're a boy, you should be this and that. And make it fun, make it creative, make it, there are so many things to be able to, that's at the notion point. And of course, and the fear of tech. Whenever you say tech, we just had a little conversation, right? People go like, "Ugh, I'm non-tech." And look around, we have smartphones. We are playing with every gadgets and apps, you know. I mean, it's nothing difficult. I mean, like the retail segment, I think COVID was a blessing as well, that it somehow shifted that traditional businesses to push, especially for us, we've seen the traditional space like legal, accountants, auditor, they were pushed to do something about it. Because like our corporate sector, secretary, they seriously told us that they can't go into the office to get one single document for me. And I was like, wow, where is this going? And then comes all the text. So really, I think it's really, I'm picking up from the conversation that both of you had as well, like intentionality, first and foremost, in the conversation at home, at school, from young, and then also like intentionality that we all have to know right now that it's technology and innovation. I'm not talking about tech. We are empowering 5 million girls as a mission to empower, embrace technology by 2030 in STEAM fields. So we're talking about women in science, women in engineering, women in construction, I mean, women in energy, all of that. And again, intentionality at every point, options and whatnot. Conversation, nurturing, all of that. And I'm going to stop at that.
Okay, I'm going to get Charlotte to follow up on that because I know Petronas is doing a lot of work in that field. But because of time, Charlotte, hold the horses. Melati, do you want to do a very quick wrap-up or you have to jalan?
I have to jalan,
yes.
but I just wanted to kind of echo one thing. And we actually had a study at ASB where we looked at what happens to 16-year-olds. So you mentioned 16-year-olds, which is a great initiative, by the way. And the interesting thing that we saw was when you ask girls at 16, what do they want to be, they will tell you things. And we did this study through drawing. So they will draw things like, I'm going to be an engineer, I'm going to work in tech, I'm going to do all of this stuff, I'm going to be a CEO. But the reality is that if you follow them throughout their lives, that doesn't happen, right? And so clearly intention is there, clearly want is there, dreams are there. And so I think one thing that I have always been puzzled with is what happened to the girls. We know that they're all in universities. We know that most university students are girls. why aren't most CEOs girls? So I'll leave you with that.
Yeah, and then we will get back to you with the answer. Thank you, Melati. Charlotte, Petronas has, like Gamuda, good programs in place. You talked about some young women that you met there who have benefited from, programs and scholarships. Tell us a little bit about those.
So, thank you very much for inviting me here. And I say this a lot, and I'm going to say it again. I'm always in awe of what I observe at Petronas. I'm a relative newcomer, been there about 2.5 years. And back to your point, Bettina, I think my conditions probably were right. And maybe that's why I'm here today. I come from Finland originally. Gender issues obviously live and thriving there too, but I never really felt that I was an impediment to be a woman in that country. We've had a very young female prime minister, female president, and so it goes on. Many CEOs are women. It's sort of that kind of a place. But coming to Petronas, there's been sort of a personal journey as well as an endless journey of observation, and I'm in complete awe. If I could start with a brief personal experience I had, it was just after COVID. I made my first ventures into the office, and there were 3 young female colleagues sort of cornered me in the corridor saying, Charlotte, we heard about you, and you're such a role model, and you have to tell us how you made it. And I sort of wondered, like, what do you mean role model, and what have I made exactly? And in that moment, I realized how, like, role model, I need to grow up. I need to live up to this expectation. So it started sort of a whole journey for me about gender equality, role modeling, and all of this, and I've learned so much. So back to Melati's point about where are the female CEOs. So my research has shown me 12% of the big global businesses have female CEOs, 12%. It would take us 81 years to reach gender parity in sort of global business CEOs, so we have further to go. And then if you look at the energy sector more specifically, so this is global statistics, 1 in 5 leaders are female. And if you go sort of looking at where women start to fall off, it's because they can't see an opportunity for progression. And it becomes a vicious circle, because if you don't have role models at the top, you just can't see yourself in there. And then actually women in the energy sector is one of the few sectors in the world where women feel more inclined to look at other sectors sort of mid in their career. And so this, for me personally, when I was reading the statistics, that's when I also realized I need to own up to this role modeling and be much more proactive. And that was one reason I was so excited to be invited to be here. Back to Petronas. Petronas is an energy company, a major energy company, one of the world's biggest energy companies. We're in the middle of an energy transition. Climate change, digitalization, all these things are changing how we produce and consume energy. We're turning 50 years this year. The next 50 years will look completely different from the 50 years we just had. And we are incredibly important to Malaysia. How can we ensure continued success for the next 50 years? The future will be very different and uncertain. So what do we need? We need a diverse set of skills and the best talent we can have. And that means tapping into every single talent pool. This is very clear. This is a business imperative for Petronas. So gender equality, inclusion, equality, it's so important. And they stop at nothing. So back to my observations and why I'm so in awe of the business every day. We benchmark ourselves to great detail with so many other companies out there. Where do we fall short? Why? We study individual females' career path in the company meticulously. Where do they drop off? Where might their ratings maybe start peter off or things like that? Really meticulous reviews. We have introduced AI into talent management and succession planning, and this basically equalizes it completely who might sort of pop through into the top talents. And I have used this system too in succession planning for my own team. I've never used this before. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing, and it's no longer about who you know, It's about what the people know and what they desire from their future. So there's this amazing opportunity now with AI and other tools out there really to equalize it all. So as a company then we have support networks, mentorship, we also have a young professionals club that's well supported in the group to bring also younger voices in. There's a lot of things going on, but I would say it is exemplary. And if I can give you one good statistics, this is the happy statistic panel here today. Last week, it was announced that Petronas, a company we're all very proud of, Malaysia's only Fortune 500 company, Petronas, I need to get this right, this name of this thing, because it was quite long, Petronas was recognized as one of the 101 best global companies for women in leadership in 2024 in Break the Ceiling, Touch the Sky 101 Global Index. Out of the 500 Fortune 500 companies, Petronas is one of those 101 companies for women in leadership. That's amazing, and that's why I'm so in awe of this company.
I'm actually quite fascinated about the bit about AI. And this links back into the pressure that women put on themselves to not just perform in the workplace, but to be seen to be performing in the workplace. A lot of people will say, oh, the gig economy is great, you have your own time, you have your own this. Oh, working from home is great, you can, go to work in your pajamas. I've always wondered whether the drawback to working from home, especially for a lot of younger women, is that they run the risk of becoming invisible, that they are hidden. Because part of the dynamic of a workplace is for your superiors, your boss, to see how you perform in certain situations. They want to see what you're made of. They want to see the dynamic with your colleagues. They want to see if you have leadership qualities. Women who are hidden away don't get that chance. AI, it seems, technology, it seems, is addressing some of these issues. Is this correct?
So from my experience, it's a little bit limited, but AI is limited. I think everybody has limited AI experience to date. But it basically removes the name and the face in a way. And also, you don't have to know the person. Because I've been in business for a long time. So promotion opportunities, do you have anybody in your team? Anybody that stands out? Oh, good. Let's consider that person. I mean, that's a little bit how typically it works in business, regardless of what formalized succession plans and so on. But going through this process in Petronas for my own team, I can only speak from my own experience, it really changes everything. It really does. And the conversation was more like, oh, this is a name we haven't seen before. And whilst I'm relatively new to the business, I was surrounded by many others who've been there for a long time, know the organization well. But they were like, let's find out more about this person. So it really opens up the opportunity. And imagine if this could be applied to university intake or other areas of life. It really is endless opportunities.
Okay. We check the microphone.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, a little bit delving into AI. The statistics saying that women in AI are, again, there's a huge disparity. We know AI is the forefront in any industry, vertical, cross. So many things we could do with it. But HR obviously takes away that it's blindfolded and gives opportunities. However, the people behind, or engineers, technicians, women in AI basically, who is doing the backstage job, are still minimum. And I mean, that's vast opportunity because AI can be implemented in any way. So what I'm trying to say is that anyone here, if you want to up your game, as in if you want to stay relevant, if you have your unique domain, think about what you can do that is totally irrelevant to tech, but you can connect the dots to that AI. and jump into. That's why I'm always saying that don't feel that you're scared about this tech world and all. I'm not a coach, I'm not a developer. I've been in banking space. I've been in banking software company, fintech, and there are people who are in strategies who would think about the products together with the technical teams and all that. You just need to know what your unique selling point is, and innovation comes to that. And sorry, I'm jumping a little bit as well, but I want to mention about the IP, because we're talking about investments, right, as well. My point of investment is talking about the startup and entrepreneurship, which in Women in Tech, one of the pillars is to close the funding gap. The global, probably everyone knows about the statistics, but before COVID, venture capital investment went to women founders by just merely 7, 8, 9%, and then it toppled down to 2% now globally. And in Malaysia, I was told it's only 1%. So, I mean, so this is something of both sides, I would say, as in like female founders have to know what's lacking. Are we using promotional language to disruptive language that the male founders are speaking? We have to nurture all of that, the weakness of the female founders. But what we also found was that IP, I'm speaking a little bit about the tech innovation startup scene, but the IP, importance of IP, there are a lot of inventors, innovators in Malaysia, but it doesn't get commercialized, and that's a lot of potential there. So IP is an incremental gap that we should also think about how we can leverage on as a country.
You can actually riff on that a little bit more and translate this idea of IP, your property, to the woman herself, to have ownership of who she is, to have confidence in her own abilities. So it's interesting listening, talking to all of you. It's like, oh, I have a connection with you through such and such. I have a connection with you through CNBC. I have a connection with Petronas, in which for 3 years I was the anchor of a roundtable that was aired on Astro, which came off the back of something called the Merdeka Award, in which very significant contributions to Malaysian society in the field of technology, in the field of science, in the field of medicine and the arts. These individuals were quite well compensated for their contributions. And then in junction with this, we did this television program. I am losing my train of thought right now about the Merdeka Award. But the thing is, I think it is very important that women, as you start constructing these ecosystems in which they are going to thrive, you can throw all the money at them and you can throw all the resources at them, but if they don't want to, or if they do not have the confidence, and if they do not have the belief, you can extrapolate this to an individual or tech founders or just a group of women wanting to change something, or mothers. If you don't have the belief and if you don't have the gumption, it's not going to succeed. Can each of you, Hilda, maybe speak about that?
Yeah, so I just really wanted to segue, especially to what Charlotte said about having role models. It matters. It truly matters for girls to see someone like all of us sitting here and saying, here's a woman in tech, here's a woman in banking, here's a woman in construction, that visual representation matters. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we need to learn how to take our seats well.
Yeah.
It goes back to confidence, right, Bettina? For those of us, and we speak right now, all of us from a vision, from a place of privilege. The stars have aligned for us. I've always had wonderful women leaders that have opened doors for me, which I walk through with gumption, because you have to do it yourself, right? But for all of us, we're privileged. We have our seats. We need to take it and use it. and kind of be confident of ourselves. And I was having, for us, like 53% of our senior leadership are women, and I work with fantastic men. And I don't think we do enough to acknowledge the men that stood shoulder to shoulder with us and made it comfortable for us to be who we are. And I've been blessed to be surrounded by men like that. And they would come to me and say, hey, why are you second-guessing yourself? You've got this, girl. And that's the guys saying, because men tend to be very sure of themselves, and we women hesitate. And I don't know why, because we've earned our seats. I think that, and when you use that with technology, going back to your question, how do we let women be seen? Because of that, our ability to look at women just because of the content of their character and the ability and the output they put on the table, it just equalizes everything, right? Having role models, having women represented, having technology that it levels out that playing field and everybody gets seen, right? I think that's what, you need a confluence of tech, you need a confluence of women and exemplary women, you need belief in yourself, and that whole ecosystem we're talking about needs to come together, right?
You need to change the narrative. Even if it's in the smallest way, if you can change a little bit of the narrative and somebody hears you, you've already made a start. It doesn't have to be huge. One of the questions that I had, for Charlotte was, yeah, of course you can make change. You're Petronas. You're Petronas. Your pockets are deep, 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 deep pockets, deeper than the oil well. You can make change. And Charlotte said, not if you don't have
the will.
Not if you don't have the will. So something, going back to the sad morning session, something is cutting the will. Somewhere, something is cutting the will. And I, in my own personal experience, if I wanted to exercise my right, if I wanted to exercise my right to have the best career possible, to be remunerated in the best way possible, all of this is my right, then there would be hard decisions to make and things which a lot of people considered not right. And I have done them. And do you have regrets? No. No, they are my right. It is a woman's right to be the best that she can be, to be the best she can be in her field. And if she is fortunate, she has family that back up her exercising that right. And in the eyes of a lot of people, it may not be right. But if you are going to move from zero to somewhere, you have to take some of these leaps. And what we are talking about, technology, fellowship of women, people who lay the ground for you and create the ecosystem in which you can take that first step. I think these are exceptionally important. One of the problems was actually raised by Ari Quintela, is that unfortunately, sometimes you do these things and you say, here I am, and I'm doing something important, and then everyone says, oh, look, red poppy, chop it down. How do you women deal with it? It happens in the workplace. I went away and had a baby, and then while I was, this was my first job with TV3, I went away and I had a baby, and we were given 1 month off, and I took 3 months off. And while I was away, another news anchor, female, stole my slot. Women do this in the workplace too. So, coming back to the challenge that Melati left for us, why is it that we don't have the will? What's happening? So, what do you want to see? Actually, let me reframe this. Who's your ideal female colleague?
Put me on the spot there.
Someone who?
So my late mother told me once that if you don't if you don't respect your boss, move on immediately. And that sort of stuck with me for a long time. And I noticed that I've had male and female bosses. And the female bosses who have recruited me, I've joined a company because I was so inspired by them. But not so long ago, in a previous role, not in Malaysia, my former female boss was one of the poppies, and she was chopped. And so was a few other poppies. And it was very interesting how a very diverse set of diverse environment became very, as we say in Europe, stale, male, pale, 46-year-old. And so this happens clearly. But one thing, back to your question, is how do you sort of come back if you're trampled on as a poppy or something like that? To me, I always worked in sustainability, which is about change management. You're always trying to bring around change that nobody really wants necessarily. People say they want it, but they don't want to change. And one thing I've learned, you have to have a passion for what you do, whatever it might be. It could be something in banking or sustainability. For me, it was sustainability, but I could not do what I do unless I would be absolutely passionate about it and be able to energize myself. So I've just sort of pushed ahead, and every time I've been asked, what do you want to do? Early in the career, I had this opportunity. I was a trainee somewhere in Britain that they asked me, what do you want to do? I said, I want to do sustainability. And every time, all my career, I've always set up the sustainability function wherever I've been. So that's been kind of my passion and my area of passion. And I do believe that if you believe in something very strongly, then you can energize yourself and push through. But if you do something that's not quite your calling, I think it's much harder. And then you need a really big ecosystem around you that will probably help you. But you need to look into yourself. And one thing I would say, my personal journey, as I arrived here in Malaysia and I realized I really need to role model, I realized that I tick most of the stereotypes for a woman. Self-doubt, well, I don't have a PhD or a master's in that topic, so I can't possibly deal with that. I could just tick that off. And I wish I had been more interested in gender issues until 2 years ago. It would have made my journey much easier. So for any of the students here, I would urge you, go and look at the statistic, read in on this, because it will help you.
Okay. I've been told I have 5 minutes left, so I really do want to say, is there anyone from the audience who wants to ask a question? Yes, please. Is the lady over the back in a beautiful terracotta jacket. She has wavy hair. Her hand is in the air. 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Roberta. I'm from Brazil, and I used to work with human rights, so this was a very big topic for me there. And it was great. Thanks for the high-level conversations both this morning and now. But my question is, we talk a lot about how we as women have to change and what we have to teach to our girls. But what about what we have to teach to our boys, right? If we want the society to, from scratch, change, what is it that we're telling our boys since they're very young? And in the programs in all companies, how are you bringing men and women together? Because if this is my personal opinion, if we do silos again, it's just us and not them, are we going to solve the problem, right? So I would love to hear from your experience what happens, or if you have programs in place. Unfortunately, not anybody from public sector is here, but it's if you know, what is Malaysia doing to bring the boys into the discussion and the men into the discussion in the room, and then change it together? Thank you.
Gillian will answer you.
I can take this on and probably share, but I'm not sure whether it answers all your questions. So Gamuda is a construction, it's a very male-dominated. And I said it's very policy-driven, it's very deliberated. So when we first started, as you said, we need role models. We didn't have good women role models. We had to look outside the construction industry to have women role. My mentor is actually from the education line. She's the ED of a famous university in Malaysia. So we looked out. And we put very intended, like you said, women tend to have on the softer roles, HR, the non-technical. But we have to do it. We did it so much until the man and says, oh, we should have a man's day. Why women's day? And after 5-6 years, with the use of technology, women or men, engineers, did not need to go to the site that often. Everything could be done remotely. And I think women in today's age stands to benefit a lot with technology. But what do we teach to our boys? I have a set of twins, a girl and a boy, and I think it's very important to tell my male colleagues as well as my son, it is very important to treat, irrespective of the gender, respect and go by merit. And this is what we have done quite well in the company. And whether there's gender pay gap, there's no disparity in that. It's just that you have to find that balance, and it's never the right solution every year.
Anyone else?
Maybe from the program partner, for example, like 42 School is a French programming school. They're new here as well, and when they're rolling out, they did the first 2 cohorts or so, they're having about less than, not too bad, 25, less than 25. He said 25%. I said, exactly 25? He said, no, actually 24.8. Okay. So anyway, so intentionality comes, and then I had the talk with the cohort, and they were boys, right? 75%. And then we were talking about this, like, so now we have to intentionally recruit girls, right? And then we're doing campaignings, and they are age 18, 17 and above. So campaigning, obviously, conversation, but also like the commercials. I'm just talking about unbiased commercials that Japan is starting to looking as in here as well, I think, like, you know, insurance, where at home you see moms cooking in the kitchen, you know, the typical, right? And I think that visual is so powerful. We have to kind of maybe stop that as well. And at home, the conversation again at dining, once you're done with the dinner, you don't necessarily want to talk to your daughter, okay, now it's us to clean up. No, you ask everybody, okay, let's do this together, right? So intentionality of those conversations. I don't know if it was answering your question, but at every level, at Women in Tech at least, we are doing that. And sorry, before I'm finishing, I would like to make Malaysia happy, as in this is the 3rd edition, but what we are doing at Women in Tech is, of course, we're talking about the role models, everyday champion. So we want to celebrate them at regional level. And for the regional level, 9 categories of women in not just tech, again, STEAM sector, startup, all of that leadership level, global achievements and whatnot. The awards is happening in Malaysia, again, in the beginning of November, which is the whole of Asia Pacific. So we are producing more and more of these role models in construction, in engineering, So we have to visually see them, right? And it's happening in Malaysia. So please get on and support us if you can. Just cheer, and we need more allies as well. So thank you.
Okay, so in summation, this is what we have from the takeaway. To build the ecosystems, whether it is your personal ecosystem as a woman, or your organization, or your family, or whatever endeavor you're doing, to build that ecosystem, you have faith in yourself. You get yourself a champion, you be a champion for someone else, and you get comfortable with technology. 4 things, really simple. I will add 2 more, and this is my personal mantra. And because I love to write and I love to read, and literature was my thing, and I'm always forgetting which one of the 2 women said this. It was either Edith Wharton or Virginia Woolf. But for a woman, the most important thing is for yourself. You need money in your pocket and a room of your own. Virginia Woolf, thank you very much. And with that, I hand it back over to Shani with first saying thank you to my wonderful, wonderful panel, and I hope you have enjoyed what they've had to say.
Thank you so much, Bettina, and our wonderful panelists. Before our panel takes their leave, I'd like to invite on stage Her Excellency Elsa Terry to present a token of appreciation to each of our panel members and, of course, our beautiful moderator. So to Ms. Charlotte Wolfbang, thank you for joining us. Ms. Ong Jilian. Ms. Hilda Hamza. And Ms. Yuki Aizawa. And of course, not forgetting our keynote speaker from Talent Corps, Puan Haja Mahuran. And our moderator, Bettina Chua. Thank you for that wonderfully engaging session, Bettina. Now, could we gather all of the ladies on stage for a group photo to commemorate this wonderful discussion? Thank you once again, ladies. You may return to your seats as we come to the end of our program for this afternoon. But of course, before we end our program for today, ladies and gentlemen, let's first hear from the Ambassador and Head of the European Union Delegation to Malaysia for his closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Michalis Rokas.
It's late hour and we are just before lunch, but this is every year is a very important moment. And I had a discussion with Karima, the resident UN coordinator, that these are sensitive subjects and debates, and better follow a script. But I won't. Because actually I stand in front of you with also with a sense of frustration, because this is my 4th year and I have done 4th Women's Day events that the EU proudly associates itself or co-sponsors. And despite all the compelling arguments and evidence, economic, the World Bank studies, how much they can bring to the GDP, but also the societal arguments, the progress in a country like Malaysia, which has enormous potential, it is at the pace of a snail. And I see that 4 years, so I cannot but share my frustration. And I say that because we have been, after COVID, post-COVID, we have been reaching out, organizing as EU panels. We even struggle to have gender balance at the panels that we organize. And we want that not only because women bring excellence, but also we want to make a point. And actually, it has to be a Women's Day event to have all women in a panel. But I think maybe for next year, the organizers to think they have politicians and influential men, all of them, there should be the day that they are all of them there, and they say what they intend to do and then take them to their account 1 year later. And all these things are not evident because also in the EU, it took decades. Charlotte just mentioned in Finland how gender balance, and sometimes it has gone to the flipped over the other side, that there are more CEOs, women than men. But it has taken decades, so they are not easy answers. But there's no doubt that a country like Malaysia has enormous talent and enormous potential. And I would also argue with our uncle that there is also money. There is a lot of money. I mean, Malaysia is an upper middle-income country. It aspires to become a high-income country. So there is money, but the thing is how we bring the will together. I can say a lot of anecdotes, but I am still worried because most recently, I will just say one without naming places or what, the EU in one area of Malaysia sponsors an event and or participates or has a program, and this brings that also we are able to offer 12 traineeships for the project managers. And then one very influential person from this place of Malaysia, I won't say anything because it's delicate, said to me, you know, I met yesterday the trainees, and out of 12, 10 are girls, women, just graduates. And he went on and said, I know that you in the EU are very much for gender balance, but this is a little bit over the top, no? I look at him and I said, you have 10 out of 12 because they are the best. They were chosen not because of the gender, but because they are graduates, they are brilliant, and they will be doing a brilliant job. The conversation didn't advance more, but it shows how much work needs to be done. Therefore, the only thing I can say is that here as EU we have modest means, but Elsa from the UK, Ari before from Brazil, I'm pretty sure that we stand ready to share our experience. We stand ready to be there with Malaysia, because the previous panel that I had the honor to listen to, they are all successful. And whether it is in banking, whether it is in energy, so, and they entrust women to carry this work and this green transition. I know Charlotte very well because we are working on this. So they are not anymore, it's not a moment of giving more arguments and more statistics, but just, you know, just go and do it. And I'm pretty sure tomorrow a lot of us will be at the event organized by the Prime Minister. We will wear our purple batik, but it has to happen. So from us, I can rest assured that not only we continue to associate ourselves to this type of events, and I want to congratulate the organizers and everybody involved in today's event, but most certainly also to bring you ideas and inspiration and assist you in your endeavors. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And to end our event for today, for her closing remarks, ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations Population Fund's representative for Malaysia, Dr. Åsa Torkelsen.
Excellencies, wow. Thank you to everyone. You have given us and ourselves the most precious that you have, your time. I hope you feel like I do, that it has been an amazing morning spent together. I feel changed in what I know and from what I have heard today. And I hope that you feel the same. So many data points have come through. I think now we have all of the numbers. There are no excuses left for the job to be done. And last year, when we celebrated International Women's Day a year ago, we heard that it will take 300 years for gender equality to be realized. It was very disheartening. This year, I heard the figure floating 150 years, which means that if we can halven progress every year, we are going to be reaching the SDG target of gender equality by 2030. So I think that is the message we can keep in our hearts. Sometimes, speaking last, I cannot repeat all the numbers, of course, but the question we must ask ourselves is, how do we feel? How did it make us feel being together today? And I can only speak for myself, but I have experienced a range of emotions. I've been very sad. I've been trying to hold back my tears. And I've been also very hopeful. I've received many fresh perspectives. I too feel tired by the work we do. It's my 25th year as well as Gender Equality Advisor in the United Nations in different functions. And then I hear of our colleague who gave a speech to Geneva online last night at 10. Then she traveled by the car through the night from Penang to not make us delay 1 minute with the start this morning. She could have caught a flight in the morning, but she didn't want anyone to risk. So that is the spirit that we are surrounded with. So how does it make us feel? We feel mixed, I believe. But I think we have heard, we talk from a privileged point of view, and indeed it is a privilege to be here. But I also know that each one of us who are here, we have made our struggles. Even if now maybe they become blur. We don't remember them every day, but I'm sure all of that grinding through resistances that we have done from our very first days, they have generated also an exceptional energy. And that energy can be felt. And that energy has to be harnessed for the work that is to be done. And to borrow on Bettina's metaphor, which I think it really sort of got me carried into that world of this traveling through the oceans and the boat, and we reach the shore, and we are not there to be, latent assets. We have to be realized. I think today we've really had a feast on the shore. But we are looking at that mountain that we have to climb. We are looking at that destination and we are walking together. We have our backpacks, and I think we are packing different things. We have some tech savvies in the room. We have some policy change makers. We have everything that we need to have to go on this journey. And what is the oxygen we need as we reach those heights? I was talking to sisters in the pause, and I was asking, how do we make it? How do we wake up every morning and just try to be reborn for the mandate day by day? And I think we have everyone very individual responses, and hers echoed in me, and to say that the change that I can contribute to, the energy that I get from working with people and seeing the change that we actually can realize. It's maybe not that huge change that we would like to see. We would like to see more than one drop on the index, but we can actually contribute to curating the conditions that are required for the future that we also dearly aspire for Malaysia. So I also bow for all of you who have taken the effort to come here, to come to this point in your life to be here, to give of your time, but also may have struggled, be it with children or how to organize them. We are going overtime, so I know some of you may be burning inside, or caring for your aging parents and with all that that implies. It's a great honor to have had you here, and I want to thank the organizers, my friends, UN colleagues, the teams, the relentless sign language interpreters who have been working tirelessly and patiently to make sure that no one is left behind from the message that you all have so efficiently conveyed. And just to very last words to close, I want to borrow from a poet from my native country. He was actually a Nobel Prize laureate, and he wrote a poem called The Half-Finished Heaven. And one line in it says that each person has within him herself a half-open door leading to a room for all. And I feel that today we have been in this room all together in one room, and we will cherish that forever. And with these few words, I say my thank you, and I wish you a lovely rest of the day and a wonderful Women's Day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Torkelson. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know you're tired and hungry, but if I may, just leave some parting words with you to take home with you today in advance of International Women's Day tomorrow. It's been an absolute honor for me to stand behind this rostrum as your MC and take in all of the messages, data, and sharing that has been shared with us today. Some things that I have picked up throughout today's conversations and dialogues. Women's empowerment is about all women having a choice and being able to exercise that choice as she wishes. In essence, if I want to marry, I can or not. If I want to work, I can or not. If I want to parent, I can or not. If I want to do both, I can. And if I want to lead, I can. But what will give us these choices? So before we leave today, I want us to think very carefully about all of the areas in which we need to consider and invest in order to give women these choices. Education, to open minds. Dialogue, to highlight and amplify. Policy, to enable and legislate. Enforcement and protection, to be able to do it all, but safely and securely. And tech, to give access and equalize opportunities for all, the great leveler. Alliances and partnerships, to form mutual respect and find equilibrium with the men as well. So ladies and gentlemen, all these areas are crucial in our journey, and this, I hope, is where we can find and invest our time, efforts, and funds for change to happen. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of International Women's Day Forum 2024. On behalf of our organizers, we thank you once again for joining us today as we navigate this journey together as both women and allies of women towards gender equality and empowerment. I'm also very happy to announce we have a luncheon reception and networking session ready for you at the foyer. We also have ushers on hand to guide you there. With that, once again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful rest of the afternoon, a safe journey home, and happy International Women's Day. Till next year, I'm Shani Iman Lee. Salam sejahtera and Assalamualaikum.